What if your greatest fears hold the key to your deepest strengths? Embracing your inner demons might be the path to a more authentic life. For millennia, humanity has sought to understand this paradox, this dance between darkness and light that shapes our very being. Throughout history, cultures around the world have grappled with the concept of inner demons, or the darker aspects of the human psyche, often personifying them as gods, spirits, or malevolent entities. Consider the ancient Greeks, who understood that every individual was influenced by a daimon, a guiding spirit that could be either benevolent, eudaimonia, or malevolent, kakodaimonia, shaping one's character and destiny. These daimons were not seen as purely evil forces, but rather as complex influences that could lead to both great achievements and tragic downfalls, a nuanced perspective contrasting sharply with the later Christian demonization of such inner forces as purely evil. Do we truly understand the impact of demonizing fundamental aspects of human nature? As the Christian era dawned, this understanding shifted, with demons becoming synonymous with temptation, sin, and the forces of evil, a stark departure from the more balanced Greek perspective. This shift fostered a cultural tendency to repress and disown these darker aspects of ourselves, projecting them onto others or relegating them to the shadows of the unconscious. But what are the consequences of this cultural repression, this denial of our inherent complexity? Where do the disowned aspects of ourselves go? It was Carl Jung who offered a modern psychological framework for understanding these disowned aspects of ourselves through his concept of the shadow. Jung writes, "Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is." He posited that the shadow contains not only negative qualities, but also positive ones that are repressed because they are deemed unacceptable by society or by ourselves. For instance, a person raised in a highly conformist environment might disown their individuality and creativity, relegating these qualities to their shadow, only to experience a nagging sense of unfulfillment or a yearning for something more. Is it possible that the qualities we dread most within ourselves are actually sources of untapped potential? Ignoring our inner demons, or the contents of our shadow, can lead to a host of psychological consequences. Projection, as Jung described, occurs when we attribute our own disowned qualities to others, often judging them harshly for traits we secretly possess. Repressed anger can manifest as passive-aggressive behavior, while disowned vulnerability can lead to emotional detachment and a fear of intimacy. Consider someone who constantly accuses others of being selfish, blind to their own acts of self-centeredness. The more we deny these aspects, the more power they exert over our unconscious behavior, leading to psychological distress and a sense of alienation from our true selves. So how can we begin to recognize, much less take control of, the qualities we dread most? This exploration will unpack the Jungian concept of the shadow and offer a map to integration of disowned aspects of self, leading to greater wholeness and authenticity. This video will provide tools and techniques from shadow work and dream analysis to promote self-understanding, revealing the value of understanding your personal complexes through understanding the broader archetypes. We will delve into the nature of inner demons and their connection to the shadow, present the psychological consequences of ignoring inner demons, and uncover practical techniques for integration, such as shadow work and dream analysis. By immersing yourself in this exploration, you won't just learn about the theory of inner demons. You'll gain practical tools to navigate the complexities of your inner landscape, cultivate self-compassion, and embrace your whole self, shadow and all, leading to a more authentic and fulfilling life. So, let's begin our journey by exploring the historical roots of our understanding of inner demons, and consider how this understanding has shaped our modern perception of the self. But what exactly are these inner demons, these shadow aspects that exert such a powerful influence on our lives? Jung's concept of complexes provides a crucial key. In Jungian psychology, a complex is a cluster of emotionally charged ideas, memories, and images centered around a core theme. They are like semi-independent personalities within the psyche, each with its own agenda and its own set of beliefs. Consider, for example, a child who is constantly criticized by their parents. This can lead to the formation of an inferiority complex, a cluster of negative thoughts and feelings centered around the belief that one is inadequate or unworthy. These early childhood experiences, particularly those involving trauma or intense emotion, often become the seeds from which complexes grow. These complexes, once formed, can take on a life of their own, influencing our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in ways that are often unconscious and destructive. A power complex, for instance, might manifest as a constant need to control others, a relentless drive to dominate every situation. Imagine a successful CEO driven by an insatiable need for control, micromanaging every aspect of his company and his personal life. He alienates his employees, his spouse, and even his children, all in the name of maintaining his sense of power. Meanwhile, a victim complex might lead to self-sabotaging behaviors, a pattern of unconsciously creating situations that confirm one's belief that one is helpless and powerless. Is it possible that these complexes, these hidden drivers of our behavior, are the true source of our suffering? The relationship between complexes and the shadow is crucial to understand. Unacknowledged complexes become integrated into the shadow self, becoming part of the disowned aspects of our personality. Consider a person who deeply disowns their own ambition, perhaps because they were taught that it is selfish or immoral. This person might develop a failure complex that sabotages their efforts to succeed, unconsciously ensuring that they never achieve their goals. The shadow, then, is not a monolithic entity, but is instead comprised of many individual complexes, each vying for attention and exerting its influence on our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. This complex interplay within the shadow, however, does not have to remain hidden within the unconscious. Complexes frequently manifest in dreams, fantasies, and projections, providing valuable insight into their unconscious nature. Someone with a martyr complex, for example, might repeatedly dream of sacrificing themselves for others, taking on the burdens of the world and suffering for the sins of humanity. Understanding one's projections, those instances where we attribute our own disowned qualities to others, can also reveal the presence of hidden complexes. If someone consistently accuses others of being manipulative, for instance, it might be a sign that they themselves have a hidden manipulator complex. What destructive effects do these unacknowledged complexes play on our personal relationships, and how might we bring them into the light? To shield ourselves from the painful reality of these unconscious complexes, we often employ a variety of defense mechanisms, psychological strategies used to protect the ego from the awareness of our inner demons. Repression, denial, projection, rationalization, and sublimation are just a few examples of the many ways we attempt to avoid confronting our shadow self. Repression involves unconsciously pushing unwanted thoughts, feelings, or memories out of awareness, while denial involves refusing to acknowledge the reality of a painful situation. Projection, as we've discussed, involves attributing our own disowned qualities to others, while rationalization involves creating seemingly logical explanations for our behavior to avoid confronting the true, often unpleasant, motives. Sublimation involves channeling unacceptable impulses into socially acceptable behaviors. These mechanisms are deployed constantly without our conscious awareness to keep the shadow at bay. While defense mechanisms can be adaptive in the short term, protecting us from overwhelming anxiety or distress, they can become rigid and maladaptive over time, preventing genuine self-understanding and personal growth. Someone who constantly rationalizes their failures, for instance, might never take responsibility for their actions or learn from their mistakes, remaining stuck in a cycle of self-deception. Think of a political leader who constantly rationalizes his disastrous policy decisions, blaming external factors or the incompetence of others rather than acknowledging his own errors in judgment. This leader, trapped in a web of rationalizations, is doomed to repeat the same mistakes, leading his country down a path of destruction. When does protecting oneself become self-sabotage? These defense mechanisms contribute to a vicious cycle of repression and projection, reinforcing the power of inner demons and perpetuating psychological distress. Someone who represses their anger, for example, might project it onto others, constantly accusing them of being angry or aggressive, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy in which their repressed anger elicits anger in others, confirming their belief that the world is a hostile and dangerous place. Defense mechanisms do not eliminate inner demons. They merely obscure them, allowing them to operate unconsciously and destructively. Consider, for example, the person who lashes out in unexpected rage, seemingly without provocation. Has that anger truly come from nowhere, or has it been brewing in the darkness for a long time? Relying on defense mechanisms as a long-term strategy for coping with inner demons has significant limitations, making conscious awareness and integration essential. Excessive reliance on defense mechanisms can lead to emotional detachment, social isolation, and a diminished sense of self, creating a barrier between ourselves and our authentic experiences. Unintegrated complexes are always expressed in destructive, unconscious ways, undermining our relationships, our careers, and our overall well-being. When defense mechanisms become our primary mode of relating to the world, we risk becoming alienated from ourselves and from others, trapped in a prison of our own making. But what happens when these inner demons, these unacknowledged complexes, are not just ignored on an individual level, but on a societal scale? History offers countless examples of individuals and groups consumed by their inner demons, demonstrating the devastating consequences of unchecked complexes and shadow aspects. Consider the case of historical figures driven by power complexes or messiah complexes who committed unspeakable atrocities, their actions fueled by unacknowledged shadow aspects and a distorted sense of self-importance. Think, for example, of a famous historical figure, blinded by their own ambition and their belief in their own infallibility, who led their country into a disastrous war, ultimately destroying both themselves and their nation. Was it fate that led to their destruction, or was it their inability to manage their inner demons? Societal factors, such as political instability, economic inequality, and cultural biases, can exacerbate the expression of inner demons on a collective level, creating fertile ground for hatred, violence, and oppression. Scapegoating, prejudice, and violence are often fueled by the projection of shadow aspects onto marginalized groups, allowing individuals and societies to disown their own darkness by demonizing the other. Consider, for example, a society grappling with economic hardship and social unrest, where a minority group is scapegoated for the nation's problems, becoming the target of hatred, discrimination, and violence. Are the perpetrators of such violence truly evil, or are they simply acting out the unacknowledged shadow of the collective? Propaganda, ideology, and groupthink can amplify the power of inner demons, creating a climate of fear, hatred, and violence. Propaganda can be used to demonize certain groups, justifying discrimination and violence against them, while ideology can provide a framework for rationalizing and justifying even the most heinous acts. Understanding individual psychology is vital for understanding historical events, for recognizing the patterns of repression, projection, and violence that repeat themselves throughout human history. But what happens when a society is on the brink of collapse because of its inability to address its collective shadow, and what steps can be taken to pull it back from the abyss? Acknowledging the existence and influence of inner demons, complexes, and the shadow is the first and most crucial step toward integration. In essence, the shadow, fueled by unacknowledged complexes and shielded by defense mechanisms, can lead to destructive behavior. By synthesizing the relationship between these elements, we begin to see the path forward, bringing unconscious elements into consciousness. This recognition is the first step toward taking control of one's life and embarking on the journey of individuation, of becoming a whole and integrated self. Having explored the nature of inner demons and their destructive potential, we now turn to the practical techniques for confronting and integrating these aspects of ourselves, including shadow work, dream analysis, and active imagination. By providing these tools, we hope to empower you to transform destructive forces into positive attributes, reclaiming the energy and potential that has been trapped in the darkness. We've addressed the what and the why, but are now going to address the how. Engaging with inner demons in a conscious and constructive way offers a multitude of potential benefits, including increased self-awareness, emotional regulation, creativity, and authenticity. This understanding is crucial for taking control of one's life and living in accordance with one's true values and aspirations. But how can we begin to approach what we have been running from for so long? And how can we transform our inner demons into allies on the path to wholeness? Having laid the groundwork for understanding inner demons, complexes, and the shadow, we now turn to the practical tools for confronting and integrating these often feared aspects of ourselves. Are these demons truly invincible, or can they be transformed into allies on the path to wholeness? At the heart of this transformative process lies shadow work, a conscious and deliberate exploration of the disowned aspects of the self. Shadow work is not about eliminating the shadow, an impossible and ultimately undesirable goal, but rather about understanding its contents, integrating its energies, and consciously directing its expression. It's about bringing the unconscious into consciousness, illuminating the darkness, and reclaiming the power that has been lost to repression. Consider it an archaeological dig into the depths of your own psyche, unearthing hidden treasures and confronting forgotten monsters. But how does one begin this daunting, yet ultimately liberating, journey? One of the most effective tools for initiating shadow work is journaling, a practice of regularly writing about one's thoughts, feelings, and experiences, particularly those that are difficult, shameful, or otherwise avoided. When engaging in shadow work through journaling, it is important to be honest, authentic, and non-judgmental, allowing oneself to express whatever arises without censorship or self-criticism. Write about the aspects of yourself that you dislike or find shameful. Detail the qualities in others that trigger strong emotional reactions in you, as these often reflect disowned aspects of yourself. Explore your childhood memories, identifying any patterns of repression or trauma that may have contributed to the formation of your shadow. Are there particular people or situations that consistently provoke negative emotions in you? The key is to approach the process with curiosity and self-compassion, recognizing that the shadow is not inherently evil, but rather a repository of untapped potential. Beyond journaling, there exist several practical exercises for identifying and exploring shadow aspects. Free writing, a technique similar to journaling, but with an even greater emphasis on spontaneity and stream of consciousness, can be a powerful tool for accessing unconscious material. Set a timer for 10-15 minutes and simply write whatever comes to mind, without worrying about grammar, logic, or coherence. Another valuable technique is meditation, particularly mindfulness meditation, which involves paying attention to one's thoughts and feelings without judgment. By observing your inner landscape with detachment and curiosity, you can become more aware of the subtle ways in which the shadow influences your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Self-reflection, a more deliberate and analytical process, involves asking oneself probing questions about one's motivations, beliefs, and values. What are your deepest fears? What are your hidden desires? What are the values that you hold most dear, and how do they conflict with your shadow aspects? Consider, for example, a guided meditation exercise for visualizing and interacting with one's shadow self. In a quiet and comfortable space, Close your eyes and imagine yourself standing before a mirror. As you gaze into the mirror, notice the figure that emerges, the shadowy representation of your disowned self. Engage in dialogue with this figure, asking it about its fears, its needs, and its desires. Listen with an open heart and a non-judgmental mind, allowing the shadow to express itself fully and honestly. Through shadow work, individuals can confront their inner critic, a common manifestation of the shadow that undermines self-esteem and sabotages success. Picture someone who has always strived for perfection, driven by a relentless inner critic that constantly reminds them of their flaws and shortcomings. Through shadow work, this person begins to recognize that their inner critic is not an objective judge of their worth, but rather a projection of their own disowned feelings of inadequacy. By confronting and integrating this inner critic, they can begin to develop a more balanced and compassionate relationship with themselves, accepting their imperfections and celebrating their strengths. But how can one differentiate between healthy and unhealthy expressions of the shadow? And how can we ensure that our shadow work leads to integration rather than further fragmentation? It is crucial to differentiate between healthy and unhealthy shadow expressions, emphasizing the importance of self-compassion and acceptance. Not all impulses arising from the shadow are destructive. In fact, many are vital for assertiveness, creativity, and overall well-being. The key lies in consciously directing these energies, rather than repressing them or allowing them to manifest unconsciously. Consider the difference between expressing assertiveness, a healthy and necessary quality, and aggression, an unhealthy and destructive one. Assertiveness involves standing up for one's needs and boundaries in a respectful and direct manner, while aggression involves violating the rights and boundaries of others. Assertiveness is an expression of integrated shadow qualities, while aggression is a manifestation of unintegrated shadow qualities. Recognizing these nuances, however, is only the first step. Consider the real-world example of an individual struggling with envy, a negative trait often relegated to the shadow. Rather than repressing this envy, they acknowledge its presence and explore its roots, recognizing that it stems from a deep-seated desire for something they feel they lack. Instead of succumbing to resentment or bitterness, they consciously channel this envy into a source of motivation, using it to fuel their own efforts to achieve their goals. By transforming envy into ambition, they not only achieve greater success, but also cultivate a sense of self-worth and fulfillment. Is this not the ultimate alchemical transformation, turning lead into gold? The potential benefits of shadow work are vast and far-reaching, including increased self-awareness, emotional regulation, authenticity, and conscious control. By understanding and integrating our shadow aspects, we gain access to a wider range of emotional expression, allowing us to respond to life's challenges with greater flexibility and resilience. We become more authentic, expressing our true selves without fear of judgment or rejection. We develop greater emotional regulation, learning to manage our impulses and emotions in a healthy and constructive way. But perhaps the most significant benefit of shadow work is the unlocking of unexpected creativity and other positive traits that have been hidden in the darkness. Consider the success story of someone who used shadow work to overcome a destructive pattern of behavior. This individual, plagued by chronic procrastination and self-sabotage, realized that their behavior stemmed from a deep-seated fear of failure. Through shadow work, they confronted this fear, recognizing that it was rooted in childhood experiences of criticism and judgment. By accepting and integrating this fear, they were able to break free from their destructive patterns, embracing their vulnerability and taking risks without the paralyzing fear of failure. But what about those who believe that they do not dream or who struggle to remember their dreams? Let's now turn our attention to dream analysis, a powerful tool for accessing the unconscious mind and gaining insight into hidden complexes and shadow aspects. Dreams, often dismissed as random or nonsensical, are in fact a rich tapestry of symbolism, archetypes, and personal associations. offering a direct line to the depths of our psyche. Through dream analysis, we can uncover hidden fears, anxieties, and unresolved conflicts, gaining a deeper understanding of our inner world and its influence on our waking lives. But how does one begin to decipher the cryptic language of dreams? The basic principles of dream interpretation involve recognizing the symbolic nature of dreams, understanding the role of archetypes, and exploring personal associations. Dreams rarely depict reality literally, but rather use symbols to represent unconscious thoughts, feelings, and experiences. Water, for example, often symbolizes the unconscious, while animals may represent instinctual drives. Archetypes, universal patterns of behavior and imagery, also appear frequently in dreams, providing insight into the deeper layers of the psyche. The hero, the shadow, the anima, and the animus are just a few examples of the many archetypes that can emerge in dreams. Personal associations, the unique meanings that specific symbols and images hold for each individual, are also crucial for dream interpretation. A house, for example, might represent the self for one person, while for another it might symbolize the family. In Jung's approach to dream analysis, the dreamer's own associations are paramount, recognizing that the meaning of a dream is ultimately subjective and personal. One practical technique for recording and interpreting dreams is keeping a dream journal. Immediately upon waking, before the dream fades from memory, write down as much detail as you can recall, including the setting, the characters, the actions, and the emotions. Over time, you will begin to notice recurring themes, patterns, and symbols, providing valuable insight into your unconscious. Another helpful technique is to explore the personal symbolism of your dreams, asking yourself what specific images and objects mean to you. What does the color red evoke in you? What associations do you have with snakes? What does your childhood home represent? In the concrete scenario of a recurring dream, an individual might repeatedly dream of being chased through a dark forest by a shadowy figure. By exploring the symbolism of the dream, they might realize that the forest represents their unconscious mind, while the shadowy figure represents their own disowned shadow aspects. Using dream analysis, one can identify and confront inner demons, highlighting the importance of exploring the emotional content of dreams. Nightmares, those terrifying and often disturbing dreams, are particularly valuable for revealing hidden fears, anxieties, and unresolved conflicts. While unpleasant, nightmares are not simply random occurrences, but rather urgent messages from the unconscious, demanding attention and integration. By analyzing a nightmare, we can gain a deeper understanding of the forces that are driving our fears and anxieties, allowing us to confront them consciously and constructively. These demon figures that arise in dreams often represent repressed emotions, unresolved conflicts, or disowned aspects of the self, and by engaging with them in a safe and symbolic space, we can begin to understand their motivations and integrate their energies. The transformative power of integrating dream insights, however, lies in their application to waking life. Dreams are not simply nocturnal fantasies, but rather guides for personal growth and transformation. Dreams offer a unique perspective on our lives, highlighting patterns, conflicts, and potentials that we may have been unaware of in our waking consciousness. Consider the power of using a dream about a conflict with a family member to initiate a conversation and resolve the underlying issue. What could this mean for your personal relationships, and how might it free you from self-imposed obligations? Finally, there is active imagination. If dream analysis offers a glimpse into the unconscious, active imagination provides a means of directly engaging with it. Active imagination is a technique for consciously engaging with the unconscious mind through guided imagery and dialogue, creating a space for interaction, negotiation, and integration. Unlike passive daydreaming, active imagination involves a deliberate and focused effort to enter into a waking dream state and interact with the figures and symbols that arise. It's a dialogue between the conscious and the unconscious, a dance between the ego and the shadow. But how does one initiate and sustain this conscious interaction with the unconscious? The steps involved in practicing active imagination begin with creating a safe and comfortable space, free from distractions and interruptions. Close your eyes and focus on your breath, allowing your mind to quiet and your body to relax. Once you are in a relaxed state, allow an image or a scene to arise in your mind's eye. It could be a person, a place, an object, or anything else that captures your attention. Once you have a clear image, begin to interact with it, asking it questions, listening to its responses, and allowing the scene to unfold naturally. The key is to maintain a receptive and non-judgmental attitude, allowing the unconscious to express itself freely and honestly. Consider someone who uses active imagination to confront and negotiate with their inner critic, entering a waking dream and finding the inner critic and directly engaging in a discussion on how to move forward in a productive way. Active imagination allows us to confront and integrate inner demons, engaging in dialogue with shadow figures and exploring their motivations. What are their fears, their needs, their desires? What message are they trying to convey? How can they be transformed from destructive forces into allies and sources of strength? Consider a scenario where someone enters into active imagination and encounters a threatening figure, a monstrous being that embodies their deepest fears. By engaging in dialogue with this figure, they might learn that it is not inherently evil, but rather a protector, guarding against vulnerability and pain. By understanding its motivations, they can begin to negotiate with it, transforming it from a fearsome enemy into a valuable ally. As with dream analysis, integrating the experiences from active imagination into waking life is crucial. The insights gained through active imagination can inform our choices, behaviors, and relationships, leading to greater self-awareness, emotional regulation, and authenticity. By understanding our inner demons, we can learn to manage their influence, preventing them from sabotaging our lives. By integrating these insights, you can set healthier boundaries in relationships based on a deeper understanding of your own needs and desires. By confronting your fears, you can take risks and pursue your dreams without the paralyzing grip of anxiety. Is this not the ultimate act of self-empowerment, reclaiming control over your own destiny? Having explored shadow work, dream analysis, and active imagination, we can see how these techniques, when combined, create a powerful feedback loop, each informing and enhancing the others. Shadow work provides a framework for understanding the contents of the unconscious. Dream analysis offers a glimpse into its symbolic language, and active imagination provides a means of directly engaging with its energies. What new possibilities are opened through the integration of these practices? We've only scratched the surface of the transformative potential of confronting and integrating inner demons, and we will now transition to exploring the benefits of this profound work. These benefits far outweigh the difficulties in facing your shadow, which is why it has been so hard to get to this point. This process requires patience and dedication. Is the pain of growth not preferable to the pain of repression? Which is better, cheap happiness or sublime suffering? Having examined practical methods for engaging with our inner world, we now turn to the origins of these often troubling inhabitants of our psyche. Where do these inner demons come from, and how do they take root within us? Could it be that these unwelcome guests are not random intruders, but rather distorted reflections of our deepest wounds and societal conditioning? One of the most significant sources of inner demons lies in the realm of trauma, particularly those experiences endured in childhood, shaping our perceptions of ourselves and the world around us. To be clear, trauma should not be seen as a life sentence, but rather as a formative experience that, while painful, can ultimately lead to profound growth and transformation. Consider the case of a successful CEO, outwardly confident and accomplished, who secretly battles crippling self-doubt and anxiety, a stark contrast to his public persona. This individual struggles, it turns out, stem from a childhood marked by emotional neglect, where his parents, though providing materially, were emotionally unavailable and critical, consistently dismissing his feelings and invalidating his experiences. This emotional neglect created deep-seated complexes and shadow aspects related to feelings of worthlessness, shame, and powerlessness, inner demons that relentlessly whisper doubts into his ear, sabotaging his relationships and undermining his sense of self-worth, despite his outward success. Is it possible that the very drive for success is also a way of seeking validation from a part of himself that he'll never get it from? Trauma, particularly in its most insidious forms, can fragment the psyche, leading to the development of multiple inner demons that represent different aspects of the traumatic experience. A child who experiences domestic violence, for example, might develop not only a victim complex, characterized by feelings of helplessness, fear, and self-blame, but also an aggressor complex, embodying the internalized anger, rage, and violence they have witnessed, and perhaps even experienced directly. This fragmentation serves as a protective mechanism in the immediate aftermath of trauma, allowing the child to compartmentalize the conflicting emotions and experiences. But over time, these fragmented aspects can become entrenched, solidifying into autonomous, inner demons that wreak havoc on their adult lives. These inner demons, then, are not simply random malevolent entities, but rather distorted reflections of the child's attempt to survive an unbearable reality, a desperate effort to find safety and meaning in the midst of chaos. What happens, though, when that defensive tool becomes a lifelong prison? This fragmentation is often facilitated by a defense mechanism known as splitting, where traumatized individuals unconsciously separate themselves from the overwhelming pain and emotions associated with the trauma, creating seemingly independent inner demons. Imagine a young woman who dissociates during a traumatic sexual assault, her mind effectively leaving her body as a means of escaping the unbearable experience. In the aftermath of the assault, she may develop an inner demon that embodies the repressed pain, fear, and rage associated with the trauma, a shadowy figure that haunts her dreams, triggers panic attacks, and sabotages her relationships. This inner demon is not simply a figment of her imagination, but rather a representation of the fragmented aspects of herself that have been exiled from consciousness, a desperate attempt to protect herself from reliving the trauma. This trauma can manifest in a splitting, leading to a dominant and submissive personality that struggle to communicate effectively. Given the profound impact of trauma on the formation of inner demons, it is imperative that we address the underlying trauma as a crucial step in integrating these shadowy aspects, promoting healing, and reclaiming one's sense of self. Trauma-informed therapy, such as eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, EMDR, or somatic experiencing, can help individuals process traumatic memories, challenge negative beliefs, and develop healthier coping mechanisms, allowing them to gradually integrate the fragmented aspects of their psyche. Through these therapeutic techniques, the individual learns to re-experience the trauma in a safe and controlled environment, processing the emotions and sensations associated with the event, and ultimately reframing their understanding of what happened. This can lead to a profound shift in their relationship with their inner demons, transforming them from malevolent tormentors into wounded aspects of the self that can be compassionately integrated and healed. What other pathways might there be to integrating these inner wounds? Beyond the realm of personal trauma, societal norms, values, and expectations also play a significant role in shaping our inner demons, influencing the qualities we embrace and those we disown, often unconsciously. Are we truly free individuals, or are we merely puppets of societal conditioning, our inner demons carefully crafted by the invisible hand of cultural expectations? Cultural expectations around gender roles, success, and conformity can lead to the repression of certain qualities and the development of shadow aspects, inner demons that embody the disowned parts of ourselves. Consider a society that rigidly defines masculinity as strong, stoic, and emotionally detached, while simultaneously demonizing any expression of vulnerability, sensitivity, or empathy. In such a culture, boys may be conditioned to suppress their emotions, disowning their capacity for tenderness, compassion, and vulnerability, leading to the development of an inner demon that embodies these repressed qualities, a shadowy figure that whispers doubts about their masculinity and sabotages their intimate relationships. Similarly, a society that equates success with material wealth and status may lead individuals to disown their creative passions, their spiritual pursuits, and their connections to nature, leading to the development of an inner demon that embodies these repressed desires, a nagging sense of emptiness and dissatisfaction that no amount of material success can fill. Could societal expectations be the invisible chains that bind us to our inner demons? Societal biases and prejudices can also contribute to the formation of inner demons, particularly for marginalized groups who are constantly subjected to negative stereotypes and discrimination. Racism, sexism, homophobia, and other forms of prejudice can lead to the internalization of negative beliefs, a phenomenon known as internalized oppression, where members of marginalized groups come to believe the negative stereotypes that society projects onto them. This internalization can manifest as self-loathing inner demons that relentlessly attack their self-worth, sabotage their opportunities, and perpetuate cycles of self-destructive behavior. Imagine a young black woman who grows up in a society that constantly bombards her with messages about her inferiority, her lack of beauty, and her limited potential. Over time, she may internalize these messages, developing an inner demon that tells her she is not good enough, not smart enough, and not worthy of love or success. This self-loathing inner demon can lead to depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and a host of other problems, perpetuating the very stereotypes that society has imposed upon her. Is it possible that our inner demons are simply echoes of the prejudices that surround us? The media, advertising, and popular culture also play a significant role in perpetuating unrealistic ideals and fostering a sense of inadequacy, leading to the development of inner demons related to body image, self-worth, and social status. Advertising, in particular, often promotes unattainable beauty standards, bombarding us with images of flawlessly airbrushed models, creating a sense of dissatisfaction with our own bodies and fueling the development of body image issues and eating disorders. Constant exposure to these idealized images creates a cycle of self-criticism and dissatisfaction, leading individuals to internalize an inner demon that relentlessly compares them to these unrealistic standards, whispering that they are too fat, too thin, too ugly, or simply not good enough. This constant barrage of negative messages can lead to anxiety, depression, and a host of other mental health problems, as individuals struggle to meet the impossible demands of societal expectations. How much of our inner turmoil is simply manufactured by the media machine? Given the pervasive influence of societal conditioning on the formation of inner demons, it is crucial that we critically examine these influences and challenge limiting beliefs, freeing ourselves from the grip of these shadowy aspects and promoting greater authenticity and self-acceptance. One practical technique is practicing media mindfulness, consciously questioning the messages we consume and seeking out diverse perspectives that challenge dominant narratives. Instead of passively accepting the images and messages that bombard us, we can actively analyze them, asking ourselves who is creating these messages, what their motivations are, and what biases they might be perpetuating. By consciously challenging these limiting beliefs, we can begin to dismantle the inner demons that have been constructed by societal expectations, reclaiming our sense of self and embracing our unique qualities. Liberating oneself from societal expectations can lead to a greater sense of personal freedom and fulfillment, allowing us to live more authentically and pursue our passions without fear of judgment or rejection. By turning inward, we have the capacity to resist forces on the outside. While external factors, such as trauma and societal conditioning, undoubtedly play a significant role in the formation of our inner demons, we ultimately have the power to choose how we respond to our inner landscape, and we must embrace personal responsibility in order to fully integrate. Are we merely victims of circumstance, or do we possess the agency to shape our own destinies, even in the face of overwhelming challenges? While we may not be responsible for the initial formation of our inner demons, we are responsible for how we choose to engage with them in the present. We cannot change the past, but we can choose how we respond to the wounds and conditioning that have shaped us. This is not to say that we should blame ourselves for our struggles, but rather that we should acknowledge our agency and take responsibility for our own healing and growth. It's a subtle but crucial distinction. To fall into self-blame is to empower one's inner demons, but to disavow agency is to refuse the capacity to overcome. Self-awareness, self-compassion, and self-forgiveness are essential components of taking responsibility for our inner demons, acknowledging that we are all imperfect beings with flaws and limitations. Practicing self-compassion involves treating oneself with the same kindness and understanding that one would offer to a friend, recognizing that we are all deserving of love and acceptance, even in our moments of weakness and vulnerability. When we make mistakes, we can choose to respond with self-criticism and condemnation, or with self-compassion and understanding, recognizing that we are all works in progress, constantly learning and growing. Individuals who are compassionate with themselves are better equipped to manage their inner demons and make healthier choices, allowing them to break free from cycles of self-destructive behavior and cultivate a more positive and fulfilling life. How might your relationship with yourself change if you began to treat yourself like a friend? Taking responsibility for our inner demons involves actively challenging negative beliefs, developing healthier coping mechanisms, and making conscious choices that align with our values and goals. Someone who struggles with anger, for example, might choose to practice mindfulness techniques, seek therapy, or engage in physical activity to manage their emotions more effectively. By consciously challenging these negative beliefs and developing healthier coping mechanisms, we can begin to dismantle the foundations upon which our inner demons are built, creating space for more positive and constructive patterns of behavior. If a person identifies destructive thought patterns, challenges them, and replaces them with more constructive ones, the shift in personal narrative will dramatically change their present and future. Ultimately, taking responsibility for our inner demons is not about blaming oneself or feeling guilty, but rather about empowering oneself to create a more fulfilling and authentic life, recognizing that we have the capacity to transform our relationship with our inner world. Consider the success story of someone who transformed their relationship with their inner demons by taking responsibility for their choices and actions. This individual, plagued by anxiety and self-doubt, realized that their inner demons were fueled by a deep-seated fear of failure. Rather than succumbing to this fear, they chose to confront it head-on, challenging their negative beliefs, developing healthier coping mechanisms, and taking calculated risks that aligned with their values and goals. Through this process, they discovered that their fear of failure was not a sign of weakness, but rather a source of motivation and resilience, driving them to learn, grow, and ultimately achieve their full potential. Taking responsibility for one's inner world can be challenging, but it is ultimately the path to true freedom and self-mastery. As we synthesize the content of this video, we see the interconnected roles of trauma, societal conditioning, and personal responsibility in the formation and integration of inner demons. Each person must take responsibility for their demons for complete integration. This complex and multifaceted process requires a holistic approach that addresses both the external factors that have shaped us and the internal choices we make. As we transition to the next section, we will explore the potential benefits of integrating inner demons, such as increased creativity, empathy, resilience, and authenticity. There are unexpected benefits that come from embracing one's inner demons. We'll see how integration can lead to a more harmonious and fulfilling life. Understanding the origins of our inner demons is essential for creating a more peaceful and fulfilling life. Now that we know how these demons come to be, what can they offer us if we learn to integrate them? As we turn our gaze inward, having acknowledged the genesis of our inner demons, we might ask, can these often tormenting figures actually hold a key to unlocking our hidden potential, specifically in the realm of creativity? Could it be that the very aspects of ourselves we've tried to suppress are in fact the raw materials for profound artistic expression, waiting to be alchemically transformed? Indeed, the counterintuitive truth is that confronting and integrating our inner demons can unleash remarkable creative potential, a process akin to the alchemical transformation of base metals into gold. Repressed anger, for instance, often deemed a negative emotion, can be transmuted into a passionate drive, a fierce determination to create art that challenges the status quo or gives voice to the voiceless. An artist's journey, however, is often fraught with anxiety and self-doubt, the constant fear of judgment, and the nagging sense that their work is not good enough. But what if these very struggles became the fuel for their art? Consider the scenario of a painter grappling with intense social anxiety, a demon that whispers doubts and insecurities into their ear at every turn. Rather than succumbing to this anxiety, they channel it into their work, creating powerful and evocative self-portraits that capture the raw, unfiltered emotion of their experience. The very vulnerability they fear exposing becomes the source of their art's power, resonating deeply with audiences who recognize their own struggles reflected in the canvas. Is it possible, then, that our greatest weaknesses can become our greatest strengths, our inner demons transformed into muses? Inner demons, far from being mere obstacles to overcome, can serve as potent muses, providing inspiration and raw material for our creative endeavors, offering a glimpse into the darker corners of the human experience. Countless writers, musicians, and filmmakers have drawn upon their own personal demons, their struggles with addiction, mental illness, or trauma, to create compelling characters, stories, and themes that explore the complexities of human nature. Consider the case of a musician haunted by a past trauma, a tragic event that left them with deep emotional scars. Rather than shying away from this pain, they embrace it, pouring their grief, rage, and longing into their music, creating haunting melodies and lyrics that resonate with audiences who have experienced similar losses. The very act of confronting these negative emotions, of giving them voice through their art, becomes a catalyst for innovation, pushing them to explore new sonic landscapes and lyrical depths. Could it be that the path to creative breakthrough lies not in suppressing our demons, but in inviting them to dance? The process of integrating inner demons can lead to a more authentic and original creative voice, one that is free from the constraints of societal expectations and self-censorship, a voice that speaks from the heart, unburdened by the need to please or conform. Artists who embrace their imperfections and vulnerabilities are often able to connect with audiences on a deeper level, forging a bond of shared humanity that transcends the superficial. Imagine a musician who, for years, has tried to create music that fits neatly into established genres, desperately seeking the approval of critics and fans. But despite their technical skill and polished performances, their music lacks a certain spark, a sense of authenticity that resonates with listeners. It is only after confronting their deepest insecurities, their fear of failure, and their longing for genuine connection that they are able to break free from these constraints and create truly groundbreaking music. The act of embracing their inner demons, of allowing their imperfections to shine through, becomes the key to unlocking their unique creative voice, a voice that is both vulnerable and powerful, flawed and beautiful. What if the key to unlocking your artistic potential was simply being yourself, demons and all? Creativity, then, is not about eliminating inner demons, but about learning to harness their energy and transform them into something beautiful and meaningful, a process of alchemy that turns lead into gold. Consider the success story of an author who had been struggling with writer's block for years, unable to produce anything that felt authentic or compelling. Through therapy and introspection, they realized that their creative block stemmed from a deep-seated fear of judgment, a fear that had led them to censor their own thoughts and ideas, stifling their creative flow. By embracing their shadow aspects, their insecurities, and their darkest fantasies, they were able to break through this block and create a series of novels that explored the complexities of human nature with unflinching honesty and raw emotion. Their creative endeavors served as the best outlet for their negative internal states, allowing them to channel their pain, anger, and fear into something that resonated with readers around the world. Are our most challenging emotions simply untapped sources of creative energy, waiting to be harnessed? Having explored the surprising connection between inner demons and creativity, we now turn to another unexpected benefit of integration: empathy and compassion. Can confronting our own inner darkness truly make us more understanding and forgiving of others, bridging the divides that separate us? Indeed, confronting our own inner demons can foster greater empathy and compassion for others, a natural consequence of self-understanding. Acknowledging our own capacity for anger, judgment, and prejudice can make us more understanding and forgiving of others who exhibit these qualities, recognizing that we are all flawed beings struggling with our own inner battles. Imagine an individual who harbors deep-seated prejudices against a particular group of people, perhaps based on their race, religion, or sexual orientation. As they begin to confront their own inner demons, their own capacity for hatred, fear, and judgment, they may come to realize that their prejudices are not simply rational beliefs, but rather projections of their own disowned, shadow aspects. This realization can lead to a profound shift in their perspective, allowing them to see the humanity in those they once demonized, to empathize with their struggles, and to challenge the societal biases that have shaped their beliefs. Is it possible that the key to bridging societal divides lies in confronting our own inner prejudices? Understanding our own shadow aspects can help us to recognize and challenge societal biases and prejudices, promoting greater social justice and equality. Individuals who have confronted their own internalized racism, sexism, or homophobia are often better equipped to advocate for marginalized groups and challenge systemic oppression, recognizing that their own liberation is inextricably linked to the liberation of others. Consider the case of someone who grows up in a society that perpetuates harmful stereotypes about a particular group of people. As they begin to examine their own beliefs and biases, they may discover that they have internalized some of these negative stereotypes, unconsciously treating members of this group with disrespect or suspicion. By confronting these internalized prejudices, they can begin to dismantle the systems of oppression that have shaped their beliefs, becoming a more effective ally and advocate for social justice. Thus, inner work translates to societal change. The simple act of challenging assumptions can break down generational prejudice and hate. Empathy and compassion can serve as a bridge between ourselves and others, fostering deeper connections, more meaningful relationships, and a greater sense of community. When we understand our own capacity for both good and evil, we are better able to connect with others on a human level, recognizing that we are all struggling with similar challenges and desires. Imagine a scenario where someone uses their newfound empathy to mend a broken relationship with a parent. Perhaps they have been estranged for years, harboring resentment and anger over past hurts. But as they begin to understand their own shadow aspects, their own capacity for resentment and unforgiveness, they may be able to see their parent in a new light, recognizing that they, too, are flawed and imperfect, struggling with their own inner demons. This newfound empathy can allow them to approach their parent with compassion and understanding, initiating a healing conversation that leads to reconciliation and a stronger bond. What if the key to healing our relationships lies in understanding our shared humanity? Empathy and compassion, however, are not about condoning harmful behaviors, but about understanding the underlying factors that contribute to them, promoting healing and reconciliation rather than enabling destructive patterns. Consider the success story of someone who used empathy and compassion to help a loved one overcome addiction, gently but firmly challenging self-destructive behaviors. Instead of simply judging or condemning their loved one's actions, they sought to understand the underlying pain, trauma, or emotional distress that was fueling their addiction. By offering support, understanding, and a safe space to process their emotions, they helped their loved one to confront their inner demons and begin the journey of recovery. It's important to note that integration is not acceptance. It is understanding and active direction. Having seen how confronting our inner demons can lead to greater creativity, empathy, and compassion, we now turn to yet another transformative benefit: resilience and strength. Can facing our fears and vulnerabilities truly make us more capable of navigating life's challenges with courage and wisdom? Indeed, confronting and integrating our inner demons can build resilience and strength, a process of learning to navigate life's challenges with greater courage and wisdom, rather than being crushed by them. Facing our fears, anxieties, and insecurities can make us more confident and capable in the face of adversity, knowing that we have the inner resources to overcome whatever obstacles may come our way. Imagine someone who struggles with chronic anxiety, a constant state of worry and unease that permeates every aspect of their life. Rather than avoiding or suppressing their anxiety, they choose to confront it head-on, seeking therapy, practicing mindfulness techniques, and gradually exposing themselves to situations that trigger their anxiety. Through this process, they learn to manage their anxiety more effectively, developing coping mechanisms and a greater sense of self-efficacy. They come to realize that their anxiety is not a sign of weakness, but rather a signal that they need to pay attention to their thoughts, feelings, and needs, using it as a catalyst for personal growth and self-discovery. Does confronting our fears ultimately make us stronger? Inner demons can serve as catalysts for personal growth, pushing us to develop new skills, perspectives, and coping mechanisms that allow us to thrive in the face of adversity. Individuals who have overcome significant obstacles, such as illness, loss, or trauma, often emerge with a stronger sense of purpose and resilience, having learned valuable lessons about themselves, their relationships, and the meaning of life. Consider the case of someone who experiences a devastating job loss, a setback that throws their life into disarray. Rather than succumbing to despair, they choose to view this as an opportunity for growth, using their newfound time to explore new career paths, develop new skills, and connect with their passions. They may discover a hidden talent, a new purpose, or a greater sense of fulfillment that they would never have found if they had not been forced to confront this challenge. Overcoming inner demons leads to surprising levels of strength and resilience. Resilience and strength can empower us to live more authentic and fulfilling lives, free from the limitations of fear, doubt, and self-sabotage, allowing us to pursue our dreams and create a life that aligns with our values. Imagine someone with social anxiety who, for years, has avoided social situations, limiting their opportunities for connection and fulfillment. By confronting their fears and insecurities, they are able to gradually overcome their social anxiety, developing the confidence and skills to form meaningful relationships, pursue their passions, and live a more fulfilling life. They may discover that they are more outgoing, charismatic, and capable than they ever thought possible, embracing their unique qualities and connecting with others on a deeper level. What might you achieve if you weren't held back by your fears? Resilience and strength, however, are not about being invulnerable, but about developing the capacity to bounce back from setbacks, learn from mistakes, and persevere in the face of adversity, recognizing that life is full of challenges and that we all stumble along the way. Consider the success story of someone who used their resilience to overcome a major life challenge, such as a job loss, a relationship breakup, or a health crisis. Instead of giving up or succumbing to despair, they drew upon their inner resources, seeking support from friends, family, or professionals, and using their experiences as opportunities for growth and learning. They may have faced setbacks, made mistakes, or experienced moments of doubt, but they never lost sight of their goals, persevering through the difficult times and ultimately emerging stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Strength arises not from eliminating demons, but mastering them. As we approach the culmination of this section, we must ask, can integrating our inner demons lead to a greater sense of authenticity and wholeness, a feeling of being truly ourselves, flaws and all? Indeed, integrating inner demons can lead to a greater sense of authenticity and wholeness, the ultimate goal of the individuation process. Embracing all aspects of ourselves, including the shadow, can allow us to live more congruent lives, aligned with our values and beliefs, rather than being driven by fear, guilt, or shame. Knowledge of this truth can lead to a more unified view of the self. What does an integrated individual look like? Authenticity and wholeness can foster deeper self-acceptance, self-love, and self-compassion, creating a foundation for healthy relationships, meaningful work, and a fulfilling life, rather than seeking external validation or trying to meet unrealistic expectations. Individuals who have integrated their shadow aspects are often more comfortable in their own skin, less concerned with external validation, and more able to connect with others on a genuine level. Consider the case of someone who has spent years trying to conform to societal expectations, suppressing their true selves in order to fit in. As they begin to integrate their shadow aspects, they may discover that they have been denying their own unique talents, passions, and desires, leading to a sense of emptiness and dissatisfaction. By embracing their true selves, they can begin to live more authentically, pursuing their passions, forming meaningful relationships, and contributing their unique gifts to the world. An individual who fully accepts themselves begins attracting healthier relationships. Authenticity and wholeness can empower us to live with greater purpose, passion, and joy, embracing our unique gifts and contributions to the world, recognizing that we all have something valuable to offer. Imagine someone who uses their newfound authenticity to pursue a career that aligns with their values, create meaningful art, or make a positive impact on their community. They may discover that they have a unique talent for helping others, a passion for environmental conservation, or a gift for creating beautiful works of art. By embracing these gifts and sharing them with the world, they can live a life of purpose, passion, and joy, inspiring others to do the same. A successful business person leaves their corporate job to pursue their passion for teaching. Authenticity and wholeness, however, are not about achieving perfection, but about embracing our imperfections and living in alignment with our true selves, recognizing that we are all flawed and imperfect beings, constantly learning and growing. Consider the success story of someone who used their authenticity to overcome a personal challenge, such as a health crisis, a career setback, or a relationship conflict. Instead of trying to hide their struggles or pretend to be perfect, they chose to be open and honest about their experiences, sharing their vulnerabilities and seeking support from others. By embracing their imperfections, they were able to connect with others on a deeper level, find strength in community, and ultimately overcome their challenges with greater grace and resilience. Authentic individuals, by understanding themselves, can weather any storm. In essence, the journey of integrating inner demons is a transformative process that leads to greater creativity, empathy, resilience, authenticity, and wholeness, empowering us to live more fulfilling and meaningful lives. The key takeaway here is that integrating inner demons leads to self-realization and its impact on society. Integrated individuals contribute to a more integrated world. But what does one do once this has been accomplished? That is the question we must explore in the next section as we delve into the ongoing nature of the integration process and offer guidance for maintaining a healthy relationship with our inner demons throughout our lives, recognizing that it is a lifelong journey, not a destination. Integrating inner demons is not a one-time fix, but a continuous journey of self-discovery and continuous self-reflection and growth. This is only the end of the beginning. Can embracing our inner demons truly lead to a more harmonious existence, or is this merely a fanciful notion? What if the very conflicts that plague us hold the key to unlocking a deeper sense of inner peace and balance, a state where opposing forces coexist in dynamic equilibrium? Indeed, the Jungian concept of the coincidentia oppositorum, or union of opposites, offers a powerful framework for understanding how the integration of inner demons can lead to a more holistic and balanced self, challenging the simplistic notion of good versus evil and encouraging us to embrace the inherent paradoxes of human existence. This principle suggests that true wholeness arises not from eliminating undesirable aspects of ourselves, but from recognizing and integrating them into a harmonious whole. To truly integrate one's inner demons requires embracing paradox and ambiguity, moving beyond rigid categories and fixed judgments. Consider, for instance, someone who has successfully integrated their inner tyrant. This individual doesn't become a pushover or a doormat, but rather learns to be both assertive and compassionate, depending on the situation, wielding their strength with wisdom and empathy. They recognize that there are times when decisive action and firm boundaries are necessary, while at other times, gentleness and understanding are more appropriate. This ability to adapt and respond flexibly to different situations is a hallmark of the integrated self, a testament to the power of embracing the coincidentia oppositorum. Inner demons often represent disowned aspects of ourselves that are in direct opposition to our conscious values and beliefs, creating inner conflict and fragmentation. But what if, by embracing these negative aspects, we could unlock hidden potential and achieve a greater sense of wholeness? Someone who values intellectualism, for example, might disown their emotions, deeming them irrational or frivolous, leading to an inner fool archetype that represents their repressed spontaneity and playfulness. However, when this inner fool is integrated, the individual may find that they are able to approach life with a greater sense of humor, creativity, and intuition, balancing their intellectual rigor with emotional intelligence. This integration allows for a more balanced and intuitive approach to life, allowing them to access new insights and perspectives that were previously unavailable. This is the power of understanding that people's values have dark sides that can be understood as inner demons. And by recognizing that potential in ourselves, we can take back control. The integration of inner demons can lead to a more nuanced and flexible understanding of the world, allowing us to navigate complex situations with greater wisdom and discernment. But is it possible that by embracing ambiguity, we can actually become more creative and innovative? Consider someone who integrates their inner trickster, learning to use humor and playful disruption to challenge the status quo and promote innovation. This individual might be adept at identifying flaws in existing systems, questioning conventional wisdom, and proposing unconventional solutions. They understand that progress often requires challenging established norms and thinking outside the box, and they are willing to take risks and disrupt the status quo in order to achieve positive change. Embracing ambiguity, then, is not about being indecisive or lacking conviction, but about being open to multiple perspectives, considering alternative possibilities, and adapting to changing circumstances. It is in this space of uncertainty that creativity and innovation thrive. The ultimate goal, then, is not to eliminate inner demons, but to integrate them into a harmonious whole, recognizing that they are essential parts of our psychic ecosystem. But is this merely a theoretical ideal, or can it be achieved in practice? Trying to eliminate inner demons completely is like trying to eradicate all predators from an ecosystem. It can disrupt the natural balance and lead to unforeseen consequences. Just as predators play a vital role in maintaining the health and diversity of an ecosystem, inner demons can serve as important regulators of our psyche, challenging our assumptions, keeping us grounded, and preventing us from becoming overly complacent or self-righteous. The false belief that integration is eliminating inner demons is a dangerous one. Instead, the goal is to learn to work with our inner demons, to understand their purpose, and to harness their energy in a way that is constructive and life-affirming. As we delve deeper into the shadowy realms of our inner world, can we truly expect to find anything of value? Or is the shadow merely a repository of darkness and negativity? Could it be that the very aspects of ourselves we have disowned or neglected hold the key to unlocking hidden strengths, talents, and resources? Indeed, the shadow can serve as a guide, leading us to hidden strengths, talents, and resources that we have disowned or neglected. A treasure map pointing toward the gold buried within the depths of our unconscious. By confronting our shadow aspects, we can reclaim these lost parts of ourselves, becoming more whole and integrated individuals. For instance, someone who integrates their inner coward might discover a hidden capacity for courage and risk-taking, pushing themselves beyond their comfort zone and embracing new challenges. This doesn't mean that they become reckless or foolhardy, but rather that they develop a greater sense of self-confidence and the ability to act decisively in the face of fear. These skills may be underdeveloped, but they are always latent, waiting to be awakened by the transformative power of shadow work. Confronting our shadow aspects can help us to identify and heal old wounds, release limiting beliefs, and reclaim our authentic selves. But how can we actually begin this process of exploration, and what benefits can we expect to gain? Someone who integrates their inner child might heal from past traumas, reconnect with their sense of playfulness, and develop a greater capacity for joy. This involves acknowledging and validating the pain and suffering that the inner child has experienced, offering compassion and understanding, and creating a safe space for them to express their emotions. Consider a person who uses their shadow work to identify the source of their chronic anxiety. They may discover that their anxiety stems from a childhood experience of neglect or abandonment, leading them to develop a deep-seated fear of being alone or unloved. By confronting these underlying issues, they can begin to heal from their past traumas, release their limiting beliefs, and reclaim their authentic selves. The shadow can provide valuable insights into our relationships, helping us to understand our projections, address conflicts, and build stronger connections. But is it possible that by understanding our own shadow aspects, we can actually improve our relationships with others? Someone might use their understanding of their own shadow to recognize and challenge their prejudices, biases, and assumptions, building bridges to others. This involves acknowledging and examining our own unconscious beliefs and attitudes, challenging our stereotypes, and developing a greater sense of empathy and understanding for people from different backgrounds. For example, projections can be a pathway to understanding the self. A person who is constantly criticizing others for being lazy or incompetent may discover that they are actually projecting their own self-doubt and feelings of inadequacy onto others. By recognizing this projection, they can begin to address their own insecurities and develop a more compassionate and accepting attitude toward themselves and others. The shadow is not something to be feared or avoided, but rather a source of wisdom, strength, and creativity waiting to be explored and integrated. But how can we learn to embrace this often uncomfortable aspect of ourselves? and what rewards await us on the other side. A success story of someone who transformed their relationship with their shadow and unlocked hidden potentials is of someone who always felt they were not good enough. They held themselves to extremely high standards and was constantly criticizing themselves. They were filled with anxiety and stress. Through shadow work, they discovered that their inner critic was not helping them succeed, it was holding them back. Once they began to embrace self-compassion, they were able to develop a more balanced and realistic perspective, leading to increased confidence, creativity, and fulfillment. Turning towards the shadow brings gifts that one would never expect. Having explored the hidden wisdom within our shadows, we must now ask, is it truly possible to transcend the limitations of good and evil, to move beyond simplistic moral judgments, and embrace the full spectrum of human experience? Can we find a path that leads us beyond the confines of conventional morality, allowing us to live more authentically and compassionately? Indeed, the Nietzschean concept of beyond good and evil calls us to move beyond simplistic moral judgments and embrace the full spectrum of human experience, relating directly to the integration of inner demons. Integrating inner demons requires transcending moral dichotomies and recognizing the inherent value and potential in all aspects of ourselves, even those that we deem negative or unacceptable. Morality, in many ways, is a social construct that has led to division of the self. This is not to say that all moral values are invalid, but rather that they should be examined critically and not blindly accepted as absolute truths. Inner demons can challenge our moral assumptions, forcing us to question our values, examine our biases, and develop a more nuanced and compassionate worldview. But how can we navigate this ethical minefield without losing our way? Someone who integrates their inner rebel might challenge oppressive systems, advocating for greater social justice and equality, refusing to blindly accept the status quo, and instead questioning authority, challenging injustice, and advocating for marginalized groups. This individual understands that true progress often requires disrupting established norms and challenging those in power. Consider someone who has always considered themselves good, confronts their own capacity for violence. This confrontation can lead to a profound shift in their moral perspective, forcing them to question their assumptions about themselves and others. Transcending moral dichotomies can lead to a more authentic and fulfilling life, free from the constraints of guilt, shame, and self-judgment. But how can we cultivate this sense of liberation, and what benefits can we expect to experience? Someone who embraces their imperfections and vulnerabilities is often able to connect with others on a deeper level, forging bonds of shared humanity that transcend the superficial. Living authentically, by embracing imperfections, is a potent source of genuine connection, allowing us to be truly seen and accepted for who we are, rather than who we think we should be. This sense of self-acceptance, in turn, can lead to greater confidence, resilience, and a more fulfilling life. Moving beyond good and evil is not about condoning harmful behaviors, but about recognizing the complexity of human nature and cultivating a more inclusive and compassionate approach to life. But how can we reconcile this nuanced perspective with the need to uphold ethical standards and protect ourselves and others from harm? Consider the success story of someone who used their newfound understanding of human nature to resolve a conflict with their neighbor. The neighbor had been playing loud music late at night, disrupting their sleep and causing them considerable stress. Instead of simply confronting their neighbor with anger and demands, they chose to approach the situation with empathy and understanding, recognizing that their neighbor may be struggling with their own inner demons. Underscore how moral judgments can be an impediment to true understanding. By engaging in a calm and respectful conversation, they were able to find a mutually agreeable solution that respected both of their needs. In summary, we've journeyed through the transformative power of embracing paradox, finding wisdom in the darkness, and transcending moral dichotomies, But how do these concepts translate into tangible outcomes in our lives, and what impact can they have on our broader society? These ideas are not mere abstract theories, but powerful tools that can be used to foster personal growth, enhance creativity, and promote social change. Integrating inner demons, therefore, is a means to create a more harmonious society. Now, let us transition to the next crucial stage. How do we maintain a healthy relationship with our inner demons throughout our lives, ensuring that they remain valuable allies rather than destructive forces? What are the long-term strategies for maintaining this integration, and how can we prevent ourselves from slipping back into old patterns of repression and denial? Ultimately, the integration of inner demons is not a one-time fix, but a continuous journey of self-discovery, requiring ongoing self-compassion, acceptance, and self-exploration. So, how can we make this a lifelong practice, weaving these principles into the fabric of our daily lives? The journey of integration is not a destination, but a continuous process of growth, learning, and transformation. As the journey of integration is not a destination, but a continuous process of growth, learning, and transformation, how do we maintain this momentum and prevent ourselves from becoming overwhelmed by the ever-shifting landscape of our inner world? What tools can we employ to navigate the inevitable challenges and setbacks that arise along the way? One of the most powerful tools for maintaining integration is the practice of mindfulness, a core discipline for cultivating present moment awareness and fostering self-acceptance. Mindfulness provides a way to observe our inner demons without judgment, allowing us to recognize their presence and understand their motivations, preventing destructive behaviors before they take hold. Consider, for instance, mindfulness meditation, a practice that involves focusing one's attention on the present moment, observing thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they arise without getting carried away by them. This practice is particularly effective in recognizing emerging shadow aspects, allowing us to identify destructive patterns before they manifest in harmful behaviors. By simply observing our thoughts and emotions without judgment, we can create a space between our impulses and our actions, promoting conscious choices over unconscious reactions. This increased self-awareness and emotional regulation can be transformative, allowing us to respond to challenging situations with greater clarity and wisdom. Mindfulness, therefore, brings conscious awareness to the expression of complexes, allowing us to observe their influence without being consumed by them. Specific mindfulness techniques can be invaluable in managing and observing difficult emotions and impulses associated with inner demons. These practices help to ground us in the present moment, diffusing emotional reactivity and promoting conscious choices over unconscious reactions. Take, for example, body scan meditations, a technique that involves bringing awareness to different parts of the body, noticing sensations without judgment. This practice can be particularly helpful in grounding individuals during challenging moments, allowing them to reconnect with their physical sensations and reduce the intensity of their emotional reactions. As one focuses on the gentle rise and fall of the breath or the subtle sensations in their toes, the storm of emotions begins to subside, replaced by a sense of calm and centeredness. This mindful observation diffuses emotional reactivity, fostering a sense of inner stability and allowing us to respond to challenging situations with greater clarity and composure. Mindfulness, in this way, creates a bridge between our conscious awareness and the unconscious expression of our complexes, allowing us to navigate the turbulent waters of our inner world with greater skill and resilience. Integrating mindfulness into daily life is surprisingly accessible and practical, offering a pathway to greater self-awareness and emotional regulation in various situations. It does not require hours of meditation or monastic seclusion, but can be incorporated into simple activities like walking, eating, or listening to music. Consider, for instance, how mindfulness can be used in everyday interactions, such as managing conflicts or navigating stressful situations. Instead of reacting impulsively, we can pause, take a deep breath, and observe our thoughts and emotions before responding. This simple act of mindfulness can create a space for conscious decision-making, allowing us to choose a more skillful and compassionate response. A mindful approach helps us to recognize the early signs of a destructive pattern emerging, allowing us to intervene before it spirals out of control. By cultivating present-moment awareness, we can become more attuned to our inner landscape, recognizing the subtle shifts in our thoughts, emotions, and sensations that signal the presence of our inner demons. Mindfulness is not about eliminating negative feelings, but about learning to relate to them with curiosity and kindness, fostering a deeper understanding and acceptance of our inner landscape. But how can we cultivate this sense of self-compassion when confronted with the darker aspects of our psyche? Self-compassion practices, when combined with mindfulness, create a supportive environment for working with difficult emotions, allowing us to approach our inner demons with greater understanding and acceptance. This involves treating ourselves with the same kindness and care that we would offer to a close friend who is suffering. When we encounter difficult emotions, we can pause, acknowledge our pain, and offer ourselves words of comfort and encouragement. Mindfulness, therefore, provides more choice in how one expresses themselves, allowing us to navigate the complexities of our inner world with greater skill and resilience. Another powerful tool for self-reflection is journaling, which provides a means for engaging in an ongoing dialogue with our inner demons and tracking patterns of behavior. But how can we harness the power of the written word to gain deeper insights into our inner world and foster a more compassionate relationship with ourselves? Journaling allows individuals to explore shadow aspects, complexes, and recurring themes, providing a safe and constructive way to process difficult emotions and experiences. Consider, for instance, specific journaling prompts for exploring shadow aspects, such as, "What are my greatest fears?" or "What qualities do I most dislike in others?" These prompts can help us to identify the aspects of ourselves that we have disowned or repressed, bringing them into the light of conscious awareness. Journaling also helps to identify triggers for destructive patterns, allowing us to recognize the situations, people, or thoughts that tend to provoke our inner demons. By tracking these patterns over time, we can gain a deeper understanding of their underlying causes and develop strategies for managing them more effectively. Journaling allows one to track the cyclical nature of integration and to observe personal evolution over time, providing a valuable record of our journey toward wholeness. There are many different journaling techniques that can be employed, each with its unique benefits. One particularly effective technique is freewriting, a practice that involves writing continuously for a set period of time without censoring or editing oneself. This allows us to bypass the conscious mind and access deeper layers of the unconscious, bringing forth thoughts, feelings, and images that may have been previously hidden from our awareness. By allowing our thoughts to flow freely onto the page, we can tap into a rich source of insight and creativity, gaining a deeper understanding of ourselves and our inner demons. The use of a journal demonstrates how recurring patterns can be identified, understood, and consciously managed, empowering us to take control of our lives and live more authentically. This technique can serve as a looking glass into what drives behavior, both helpful and harmful, and how we can begin to more carefully direct our intentions for a better future. Reviewing past journal entries can be invaluable for identifying recurring patterns, tracking progress, and gaining deeper insights into the integration process. But how can we make the most of this reflective practice and ensure that we are learning and growing from our experiences? Past entries can reveal subtle shifts in perspective, behavior, and emotional regulation, providing a tangible record of our personal evolution. They can also help us to identify triggers and warning signs, enabling proactive intervention and preventing relapse into destructive patterns. By regularly reviewing our journal entries, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our inner demons, fostering a more compassionate and accepting relationship with our whole being. Regular review of journal entries helps identify triggers and warning signs, enabling proactive intervention and preventing relapse into destructive patterns. This kind of continuous record allows us to adjust and adapt our healing practices to ensure we are always moving in the right direction. Journaling is not about self-criticism or judgment, but about fostering self-awareness, self-compassion, and ongoing self-exploration. So, how can we ensure that our journaling practice remains a source of support and empowerment, rather than a breeding ground for self-doubt and negativity? Consider the practice of writing from the perspective of one's inner demons, exploring their motivations and needs. This technique can help us to develop empathy and understanding for these often feared aspects of ourselves, recognizing that they are not simply malevolent forces, but rather parts of our psyche that are seeking expression and integration. When we give our inner demons a voice, we can begin to understand their underlying needs and find constructive ways to meet them. Journaling, therefore, serves as a long-term tool for personal growth, allowing us to cultivate a more compassionate and accepting relationship with ourselves and our inner demons. Creative expression provides another invaluable outlet for transforming inner demons into something beautiful and meaningful, turning darkness into light. But how can we tap into our creative potential and harness the transformative power of art to heal and integrate our inner demons? Practices like painting, music, writing, and dance can provide a safe and constructive way to express difficult emotions, explore shadow aspects, and process traumatic experiences. Creative expression allows us to externalize our inner demons, giving them form and substance, and in doing so, we can begin to understand them more deeply. It allows safe access to the subconscious. Through creative expression, these chaotic and disruptive thoughts can be transformed into pieces that serve a much greater purpose. There are many specific creative techniques that can be used to engage with inner demons through art. One such technique is creating shadow portraits, where individuals visually represent their inner demons, or other artistic methods to express the disowned or frightening aspects of themselves. This can involve painting, drawing, sculpting, or any other art form that allows for a tangible representation of the shadow. The process of creating a shadow portrait can be deeply cathartic, allowing individuals to express emotions and experiences that they may have previously repressed or denied. Creative expression allows individuals to externalize inner demons, giving them form and substance, and in doing so, we can begin to understand them more deeply. In other words, it is a way to reflect on what it is that makes these inner demons difficult to handle. Creative expression can foster a sense of empowerment, mastery, and self-discovery, helping individuals to reclaim their authentic selves and live more fulfilling lives. But how can we overcome the fear of judgment and embrace the freedom and joy of creative self-expression? Creative expression fosters self-acceptance, emotional regulation, and meaning-making, allowing us to connect with our inner world and find new ways to express ourselves. A concrete scenario of how creative expression empowers individuals to make conscious choices that align with their values and goals is someone who has struggled with anger. They might channel their anger into a piece of music, transforming it into a powerful and moving expression of their emotions. Through this process, they not only release their anger in a constructive way, but they also gain a deeper understanding of its underlying causes. What are its triggers, and how does it feel to release it in a healthy way? Creative expression is not about achieving artistic perfection, but about engaging in a process of self-exploration and transformation. But what if we don't consider ourselves to be artistic or creative? The misconception that creative expression requires artistic talent can be a significant barrier for many people. Art serves as a tool for self-discovery and healing, allowing individuals to express aspects of themselves that they may have previously disowned or repressed. It does not require technical skill or aesthetic appeal, but rather authenticity and vulnerability. By engaging in creative expression, we can tap into our innate capacity for imagination, intuition, and emotional expression, unlocking new pathways to self-understanding and wholeness. Having explored the key practices for maintaining integration mindfulness, journaling, and creative expression, we can see how these tools can be used in combination to promote sustained personal growth and transformation. But how do these practices work together, and what makes them so effective? These tools work synergistically, supporting and amplifying each other in a cyclical and interconnected process. Mindfulness provides the foundation for self-awareness and emotional regulation, while journaling offers a means for exploring our inner world and tracking our progress. Creative expression, in turn, allows us to transform our inner demons into something beautiful and meaningful, fostering a sense of empowerment and self-discovery. All three of these practices support and amplify each other, creating a virtuous cycle of personal growth and transformation. Now, let's turn to the challenges that inevitably arise on the path of integration. What happens when the process stalls, or when old patterns resurface? What strategies can we employ to navigate these setbacks and maintain our commitment to ongoing self-exploration? Maintaining a healthy relationship with your inner demons requires ongoing effort and dedication. It is a lifelong process of growth, learning, and transformation that calls for self-compassion, acceptance, and ongoing self-exploration. Setbacks are an almost unavoidable part of the integration process, but must they be viewed as failures, or might they be something more, opportunities for growth and a deeper understanding of the self? Even after significant progress, old patterns of behavior can re-emerge during times of stress or crisis. This is not a sign of defeat, but a predictable, even natural, occurrence. Consider an individual who has successfully integrated their inner critic for years, yet finds themselves falling back into self-deprecating thought patterns during a challenging project at work. This regression is a normal part of the process, and one shouldn't expect a linear progression toward wholeness. The path to integration is more akin to a spiral, where we may revisit familiar territory, but each time from a higher vantage point, with greater awareness and understanding. Therefore, regression, though frustrating, is not a cause for despair, but rather a call to renewed self-compassion and a deeper commitment to the journey. What then are the common triggers and warning signs that precede such setbacks, and what practical guidance can we find to identify and manage these challenges before they derail our progress? Stress, fatigue, relationship conflicts, and unresolved trauma often act as potential triggers, stirring up dormant complexes and weakening our defenses. It is also critical to recognize common patterns that lead to setbacks, such as neglecting self-care, isolating oneself from support networks, or reverting to old, maladaptive coping mechanisms. However, mindfulness allows one to observe these patterns and take preemptive action. Someone attuned to their inner state might notice increasing anxiety, irritability, or a tendency to withdraw from social interactions as a sign that old patterns are re-emerging. This awareness creates an opportunity to intervene with self-care practices, seek support from loved ones, or revisit therapeutic techniques before the situation escalates into a full-blown relapse. Mindfulness, therefore, acts as an early warning system, allowing us to navigate potential setbacks with greater awareness and intentionality. This heightened self-awareness is not merely about preventing negative outcomes, but about deepening our understanding of the complex interplay of forces within our psyche. Why is self-compassion and self-forgiveness so important when navigating these inevitable setbacks? And how does self-criticism and shame exacerbate the situation, turning a minor stumble into a major fall? Practicing self-compassion exercises, such as treating oneself with kindness and understanding, helps to reduce emotional reactivity and promote resilience. Self-compassion allows us to acknowledge our imperfections recognizing that we are all prone to mistakes and missteps. Consider an individual who forgives themselves for relapsing into a destructive behavior, recognizing that it is part of the process, rather than berating themselves with self-criticism. This act of self-forgiveness breaks the cycle of shame and guilt, allowing them to learn from the experience and move forward with renewed resolve. As Jung writes, the acceptance of oneself is the essence of the whole moral problem and the epitome of a whole outlook on life. That I feed the hungry, that I forgive an offender, that I love my enemy in the name of Christ. All these are undoubtedly great virtues. What I do unto the least of my brethren, that I do unto Christ. But what if I should discover that the least amongst them all, the poorest of all beggars, the most impudent of all offenders, yea, the very fiend himself, that these are within me, and that I myself stand in need of the alms of my own kindness, that I myself am the enemy who must be loved, what then? Therefore, self-compassion is not merely a feel-good emotion, but a radical act of self-acceptance that lies at the heart of the integration process. Setbacks are not a sign of failure, but rather a call to revisit the integration process, deepen self-awareness, and refine coping strategies. But how can we reframe these challenges as opportunities for growth and transformation? Consider someone who used a setback to gain new insights into their inner landscape, strengthen their integration practices, and emerge with greater resilience and self-understanding. Perhaps they realized that their old coping mechanisms were no longer effective, or that they had been neglecting a particular aspect of their shadow. By confronting these challenges head-on, they were able to develop new strategies, deepen their self-awareness, and emerge stronger and more resilient than before. Setbacks, therefore, offer invaluable opportunities to practice our tools, to refine our understanding, and to grow stronger in our commitment to the integration process. The value of a setback cannot be overstated, as it shows us where we are still wounded and gives an opportunity to grow stronger by focusing on these problem areas. Integration, however, is rarely a smooth, linear process. What happens when progress stalls and individuals experience a sense of stagnation or apathy? This phenomenon, known as the plateau effect, is a common challenge in long-term personal growth. An individual who has been consistently practicing shadow work for several years might find that the exercises no longer yield the same level of insight or transformation. They may feel stuck, disillusioned, and even question the value of continuing the process. This disillusionment that comes when integration progress plateaus can be discouraging, leading to feelings of frustration and self-doubt. However, the plateau effect is not a sign to give up, but rather a signal that it is time to deepen our exploration and challenge our assumptions. What are the underlying causes of this plateau effect, and what practical guidance can be found to overcome these obstacles and reignite the flames of transformation? Resistance to change, fear of the unknown, or a lack of challenge can all contribute to stagnation. The ego, feeling threatened by the prospect of further change or disruption, may unconsciously resist further integration. Stagnation can also indicate a need to confront a deeper, more challenging aspect of the shadow, one that we have been avoiding due to fear or discomfort. However, complacency can also cause stagnation. When one grows comfortable in their understanding of the self, one loses the capacity for continued growth. Seeking new perspectives, challenging limiting beliefs, and experimenting with different integration techniques is paramount for breaking through the plateau. But how can we shake ourselves out of our comfort zones and reignite our passion for self-discovery? Seeking guidance from a therapist, joining a support group, or exploring different creative outlets can help to stimulate new insights and perspectives. An individual might seek a new therapist or mentor, finding a fresh perspective on their inner landscape that helps them to identify previously unseen patterns and challenges. Exploring different creative outlets, such as writing, painting, or music, can also help to break through the plateau by engaging different parts of the brain and allowing for new forms of self-expression. Therefore, Actively seeking discomfort helps promote growth. The plateau effect is not a sign to give up, but rather an invitation to deepen self-exploration, challenge comfort zones, and embrace new possibilities for growth and transformation. But what happens when we lean into this discomfort and embrace the unknown? Consider someone who overcame the plateau effect by seeking new challenges, exploring different modalities, and deepening their commitment to the integration process. Perhaps they decided to confront a long-held fear, explore a different spiritual tradition, or embark on a new creative project. By pushing themselves outside of their comfort zone, they were able to reignite their passion for self-discovery and experience a renewed sense of growth and transformation. The value of discomfort to growth cannot be overstated, as it is often in these challenging moments that we discover our greatest strengths and potential. Integrating our inner demons requires navigating complex ethical dilemmas, particularly when dealing with shadow aspects that involve power, aggression, or sexuality. But how can we ensure that our journey toward wholeness does not lead us astray, causing harm to ourselves or others? Integrating one's inner tyrant requires developing a strong ethical compass to ensure that assertiveness and leadership do not become exploitative or abusive. As history tragically demonstrates, power without ethics leads to corruption and harm. The challenge, then, lies in balancing personal power with ethical conduct, ensuring that our newfound strength is used for the greater good, rather than for selfish gain. What are some common ethical pitfalls in the integration process, and what practical guidance can we follow to avoid harming oneself or others along the way? Rationalizing harmful behaviors, projecting shadow aspects onto others, or using integration as an excuse for irresponsibility are all potential dangers. A concrete scenario of this could be someone using their inner rebel as justification to harm others, claiming that their actions are simply a necessary expression of their authentic self, without considering the impact of their behavior on those around them. Such rationalizations can lead to destructive patterns of behavior, eroding trust and causing harm to relationships. Therefore, it is crucial to maintain a clear awareness of the potential for ethical missteps and to seek guidance from trusted sources when navigating these complex moral dilemmas. Seeking guidance from trusted mentors, therapists, or spiritual advisors can provide an invaluable safeguard against ethical transgressions. But how can we ensure that we are making responsible choices that align with our values and promote the well-being of ourselves and others? Seeking feedback from trusted sources can help to identify blind spots, challenge assumptions, and make more ethical choices. These trusted sources can offer an objective perspective, helping us to see our actions more clearly and to recognize any potential harm we may be causing. The moral complexities of navigating shadow aspects without harming others requires humility, self-awareness, and a willingness to seek guidance when needed. Responsible integration is not about achieving moral perfection, but about cultivating a strong ethical compass, making conscious choices that align with one's values, and taking responsibility for the impact of one's actions. But how can we strive to be more ethical and compassionate individuals, even when confronted with the darker aspects of our psyche? An individual might face a complex ethical dilemma, seeking guidance from trusted sources, and ultimately making a choice that aligns with their values, even if it is difficult or unpopular. Perhaps they decide to prioritize honesty over personal gain, or to stand up for what is right, even when it is unpopular. By consistently making ethical choices, we cultivate a stronger sense of integrity and contribute to a more just and compassionate world. Ultimately, responsible integration benefits all. In essence, the integration process is marked by challenges, setbacks, and ethical considerations that require resilience, self-compassion, and responsible navigation. But how do these concepts connect to the broader themes of personal growth, ethics, and social responsibility? The integration journey is iterative and multifaceted. requiring ongoing effort, dedication, and a willingness to confront our deepest fears and vulnerabilities. It is not a one-time fix, but a continuous journey of self-discovery and ethical responsibility, one that has profound implications for our personal well-being and the well-being of the world around us. Now that we have examined the challenges and ethical considerations of integration, how can we use this knowledge to create a better world? The next section will explore how the integration of inner demons can contribute to a more compassionate, just, and sustainable world. For, as we'll discover, the true potential of integration lies not only in personal transformation, but in its capacity to heal and uplift the collective consciousness. If the integration process is fraught with challenges, setbacks, and ethical considerations, how can we truly begin this journey towards wholeness? Radical acceptance, the complete and unconditional acceptance of one's inner demons without judgment or resistance, serves as the foundation for all subsequent integration work, providing the necessary space for self-exploration, healing, and transformation. But is this passive acceptance, or something more? Radical acceptance is not condoning harmful behaviors, but recognizing that these traits already exist within us, and struggling against them is often fruitless. Resistance, as the Buddha taught, leads to suffering. By accepting our capacity for envy, for example, without shame or self-recrimination, we paradoxically begin to diffuse its power. This acknowledgement allows us to observe the feeling without being consumed by it, to understand its origins and motivations, and to choose how we respond, rather than reacting blindly. Consider a scenario where one acknowledges their capacity for envy without shame or self-recrimination. Instead of spiraling into self-loathing or plotting against the object of their envy, they can examine the feeling with curiosity, asking themselves what unmet needs or desires are driving it. This process transforms envy from a destructive force into a source of self-knowledge. Techniques like observing one's inner demons without judgment, practicing self-compassion, and employing cognitive reappraisal can help manage the discomfort of accepting undesirable aspects of oneself and make those negative feelings less intense. Radical acceptance, therefore, is not a passive resignation to our flaws, but an active choice to embrace our wholeness in all its messy and contradictory glory. However, acceptance and resignation are not synonymous. What distinguishes the former from the latter, and how does this distinction impact our ability to integrate our inner demons effectively? Acceptance is not about giving up, but about freeing oneself from the cycle of resistance and reactivity, allowing for conscious action. Resignation, on the other hand, implies a sense of helplessness and defeat, a passive surrender to the perceived inevitability of our flaws. Accepting one's anxiety, for example, allows one to take proactive steps to manage it, such as practicing relaxation techniques, seeking therapy, or making lifestyle changes, rather than becoming paralyzed by fear and avoidance. Acceptance empowers individuals to make conscious choices that align with their values, while resignation traps them in a cycle of self-fulfilling prophecy. Radical acceptance reduces the power inner demons have over one's life by taking away the negative charge around such demons. Radical acceptance is more than just a theoretical concept. How can it be applied in real-world situations to overcome destructive behaviors and foster personal growth? Consider an individual who has a long-standing pattern of self-destructive behavior, such as substance abuse or self-harm. By practicing radical acceptance, they can acknowledge their addiction or self-harm urges without judgment, recognizing that these behaviors are attempts to cope with underlying pain or trauma. This acceptance creates a space for self-compassion and allows them to explore healthier coping mechanisms, such as therapy, support groups, or creative expression. As they begin to heal the underlying wounds, the self-destructive urges gradually lose their power, and they are able to make conscious choices that align with their well-being. This is not to say that the journey is easy, but radical acceptance provides a foundation of self-compassion and understanding that sustains them through the inevitable challenges. Having embraced radical acceptance, the first step to freedom, it becomes imperative to delve into the origins of our inner demons. But why is understanding the roots of these inner conflicts so crucial to the integration process? While acceptance is crucial, it is also important to explore the origins of our inner demons to gain deeper insights into their nature and motivations. Acceptance of one's anger, for example, makes it possible to explore the root cause of such feelings, be it childhood trauma, societal injustice, or unmet needs. Understanding the why gives you more control than just knowing the what, and empowers you to challenge those demons. Exploring childhood experiences, examining societal influences, and analyzing recurring patterns in thoughts, feelings, and behaviors are all potential avenues for unearthing the origins of inner demons. But which of these methods are most effective, and how can we navigate this exploration with compassion and self-awareness? Exploring childhood relationships with parents or caregivers can reveal the source of many inner demons, such as feelings of abandonment, inadequacy, or resentment. Understanding the role of trauma and conditioning can also shed light on the origins of our inner demons, helping us to recognize how past experiences have shaped our beliefs and behaviors. Recurring patterns reveal the influence of specific complexes, emotionally charged clusters of thoughts, feelings, and memories that operate largely outside of our conscious awareness. Approaching one's inner demons with curiosity and empathy, rather than criticism or condemnation, is essential for creating a safe space for self-exploration. Why is self-compassion and non-judgment so important in this exploration, and how does self-criticism and blame hinder the process of understanding and healing? The goal is not to blame oneself or others, but to gain a more complete understanding of one's inner landscape. Approaching one's inner critic with compassion, recognizing that it is often a misguided attempt to protect us from perceived threats or failures, can help us to challenge its limiting beliefs and cultivate a more supportive inner dialogue. Approaching our inner demons with curiosity and empathy, rather than criticism or condemnation, is essential for creating a safe space for self-exploration and healing. Ultimately, understanding the roots of our inner demons empowers us to challenge limiting beliefs, heal old wounds, and make conscious choices that align with our values and goals. But how does this understanding translate into real-world transformation? An individual who suffered from chronic anxiety might discover that it stemmed from a childhood experience of being constantly criticized and judged by their parents. By understanding the origins of their anxiety, they were able to challenge the limiting belief that they were not good enough and begin to cultivate a more positive and self-accepting inner dialogue. As they healed the old wounds, their anxiety gradually diminished, and they were able to pursue their goals and dreams with greater confidence and ease. This understanding transforms demons into sources of insight and makes the integration process feel less daunting. Having explored the roots of our inner demons and cultivated a sense of self-compassion, the next crucial step is to develop conscious control. But what does conscious control truly mean in the context of inner demon integration, and how does it differ from mere suppression? Conscious control is the ability to direct the energy of inner demons in a constructive and ethical manner, and is not about suppressing or eliminating them. It is the transformation of destructive impulses into creative ones. It requires differentiating between healthy and unhealthy ways of expressing certain emotions, and dispelling the dangerous myth of suppressing negative emotions. Setting healthy boundaries, developing coping mechanisms, and practicing self-regulation techniques are practical strategies for cultivating conscious control. But how can we effectively implement these strategies in our daily lives, and what are the potential pitfalls to avoid? Someone who struggles with anger, for example, can learn to express it assertively rather than aggressively by setting clear boundaries, communicating their needs and feelings respectfully, and practicing relaxation techniques to manage their emotional reactivity. Someone might redirect their inner tyrant into becoming a powerful advocate for others, using their strength and determination to fight for social justice or protect vulnerable populations. Conscious control allows us to harness the energy of our inner demons for good, transforming destructive impulses into constructive action. Aligning conscious control with one's values is paramount, but how can we ensure that our attempts at self-mastery do not devolve into self-righteousness or a rigid adherence to external standards? The goal is not to dominate or manipulate others, but to use one's inner power for good. Someone who integrates their inner trickster might use humor and playful disruption to challenge oppressive systems and promote social change, but they must do so in a way that is respectful and non-harmful. Ethical considerations are essential for responsible integration, ensuring that we are using our newfound power to uplift and empower others, rather than to exploit or control them. Conscious control is a lifelong practice, but what sustains us through the inevitable challenges and setbacks, and how can we remain committed to ethical conduct in the face of temptation or adversity? It requires ongoing self-awareness, self-discipline, and commitment to ethical conduct. Someone might use conscious control to overcome a challenging situation, such as resisting temptation, resolving a conflict, or advocating for a cause. Perhaps they decide to speak up against injustice, even when it is unpopular, or to resist the temptation to indulge in a harmful behavior, even when it is difficult. Conscious control unlocks unimagined potential and creates the necessary pathways for ethical integration. To recap, the journey of integrating our inner demons involves 3 key steps: radical acceptance, understanding the roots, and conscious control. But how do these 3 steps work together to create a lasting transformation, and what are the broader implications for personal growth, social responsibility, and spiritual evolution? These 3 things work in tandem and are interconnected. Radical acceptance lays the foundation for self-compassion and allows us to explore our inner demons without judgment. Understanding the roots provides insights into their origins and motivations, empowering us to challenge limiting beliefs and heal old wounds. Conscious control enables us to direct their energy in a constructive and ethical manner, transforming destructive impulses into creative action. The integration of inner demons can lead to a more harmonious and fulfilling life. But what are the specific qualities and characteristics that define this integrated state, and how do they manifest in our relationships, our work, and our engagement with the world? Individuals who have integrated their inner demons are better equipped to navigate life's challenges, build meaningful relationships, and make a positive impact on the world. They possess increased self-awareness, emotional regulation, creativity, empathy, resilience, authenticity, and wholeness. They are able to embrace their imperfections, learn from their mistakes, and adapt to changing circumstances with grace and wisdom. The integrated life is more meaningful and productive and leads to more profound relationships with others. The journey of integration is a lifelong process, but how can we sustain our commitment to self-discovery and ethical responsibility, even when faced with the inevitable challenges and paradoxes of human nature? It requires ongoing self-compassion, acceptance, and a willingness to embrace the paradoxes and ambiguities of human nature. The integration of inner demons is not a one-time fix, but a continuous journey of self-discovery and ethical responsibility, and it is through this transformation that we create a more compassionate world. Transformation takes courage and dedication, but what awaits us on the other side of this challenging journey, and how can we inspire others to embark on their own path of integration? By understanding and integrating inner demons, you will live a better life and inspire others to do the same, creating a ripple effect of healing and transformation. In the next section, we will delve deeper into the transformative power of integration, exploring its impact on our relationships, our communities, and the world at large. If radical acceptance, understanding the roots, and cultivating conscious control are the keys to integrating our inner demons, why do so many of us remain trapped in patterns of resistance, suppression, and spiritual bypassing? And what price do we pay for avoiding the shadows within? It is not merely a choice, but often a deeply ingrained pattern of avoidance and self-sabotage that stems from fear of the unknown, a need to maintain a fragile sense of control, or a reluctance to confront painful emotions. Consider an individual who initially commits to shadow work, full of enthusiasm and determination. Yet, as the process unfolds, they find reasons to skip journaling sessions, avoid difficult emotions, and rationalize their inaction. "I'm too busy," they say, or "it's not the right time." This resistance reinforces destructive patterns, creating a downward spiral that perpetuates suffering and prevents genuine transformation. Resistance manifests in myriad ways, often disguised as seemingly innocuous behaviors, and learning to recognize these signs is crucial for breaking free from their grip. Denial, for instance, allows us to pretend that our inner demons don't exist, while rationalization provides seemingly logical justifications for our self-destructive actions. Projection allows us to see our own flaws in others, avoiding the discomfort of self-reflection, while intellectualization turns our emotions into abstract theories, creating a safe distance from the raw experience. Emotional detachment, on the other hand, numbs us to the pain, but also to the joy and vitality of life. Consider a person whose life is falling apart due to their persistent resistance. They might rationalize their anger by blaming their problems on others, projecting their insecurities onto their loved ones, intellectualizing their emotions by creating elaborate conspiracy theories, or detaching emotionally by becoming numb to the suffering around them. Ultimately, this resistance perpetuates the cycle of suffering, reinforcing the power of inner demons and preventing the individual from experiencing greater self-awareness, emotional regulation, and authenticity. When the inner critic is not confronted, it becomes stronger, its voice growing louder and more insidious. And what happens when this self-sabotaging voice takes over? It can lead to a vicious cycle of self-doubt, fear, and inaction, making it even more difficult to address the underlying issues. The individual becomes trapped in a downward spiral of addiction, self-isolation, or destructive relationships, all as a result of their resistance to integration. Imagine a successful CEO, outwardly confident and accomplished, but inwardly tormented by self-doubt and the fear of failure. To cope with these feelings, he throws himself into his work, neglecting his personal life and pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. Eventually, his resistance catches up with him, and his carefully constructed world begins to crumble. His relationships suffer, his health declines, and his business ventures falter. He has a chance to turn his life around, to confront his inner demons and embrace a more authentic way of being, but he refuses. His life gets worse. Overcoming resistance is a crucial step in the integration process, but it requires courage, self-compassion, and a willingness to confront the underlying fears and beliefs that fuel avoidance and self-sabotage. Naming the fear, for instance, can rob it of its power, bringing it into the light of conscious awareness and challenging its validity rather than running from it. Resistance, in all its insidious forms, can be overcome. If resistance is a formidable obstacle on the path to integration, is suppression a more effective strategy for managing our inner demons, or does this too lead to unintended consequences? While it may seem tempting to simply push down or ignore uncomfortable feelings, such as anger, jealousy, or sadness, suppression is not a viable long-term solution and ultimately backfires, creating more suffering and dysfunction. Consider the historical figure who attempts to maintain a pristine public image while his shadow wreaks havoc behind the scenes. He might suppress his own desires and vulnerabilities, presenting a facade of strength and perfection to the world. Yet, beneath the surface, his unacknowledged shadow grows darker and more destructive, manifesting in acts of cruelty, betrayal, and self-sabotage. The psychological consequences of suppression are far-reaching, manifesting in emotional dysregulation, anxiety, depression, and even physical health problems. And is there a point at which the pressure becomes unbearable? Suppressed anger, for instance, can manifest as passive-aggressive behavior, chronic tension, or even physical ailments, such as headaches, digestive issues, or autoimmune disorders. The body keeps the score, as Bessel van der Kolk so eloquently put it. Imagine someone who develops a serious illness as a result of suppressing their emotions, ignoring their needs, and pushing themselves beyond their limits. They might develop chronic pain, fatigue, or a compromised immune system, all as a result of their inability to express their authentic feelings. Suppression leads to an emotional pressure cooker that will eventually explode, often in unexpected and destructive ways. Suppressed inner demons often find indirect and destructive outlets, such as projection, acting out, or self-sabotage. But how do these unconscious mechanisms undermine our attempts to control our lives and our relationships? Someone who suppresses their own desires, for example, might become overly critical of others who express those same desires, judging them harshly for indulging in behaviors that they themselves secretly crave. Or they might act out their suppressed impulses in destructive ways, such as engaging in reckless behavior, sabotaging their relationships, or undermining their own success. Unacknowledged traits are projected onto others. True integration, however, involves acknowledging, understanding, and consciously directing the energy of inner demons, rather than attempting to eliminate them. But how can we achieve this delicate balance, and what does it truly mean to befriend our shadows? What you resist persists, as the saying goes. Integration is acceptance plus conscious control. But what if our attempts at integration take a wrong turn, leading us down a path of spiritual delusion and avoidance? What is spiritual bypassing, and how does it become a form of resistance in disguise? Using affirmations without doing shadow work, for instance, becomes a way to mask issues rather than addressing them, creating a superficial sense of well-being that crumbles under pressure. Spiritual bypassing leads to inauthenticity and superficiality, creating a false sense of enlightenment that masks deeper issues. It is important to recognize that even spiritual concepts can be used as a defense mechanism. Spiritual bypassing manifests in various ways, from excessive positivity and denial of negative emotions to detachment from reality and avoidance of personal responsibility. But how do these seemingly virtuous behaviors actually undermine our growth and healing? Someone might use meditation as a way to numb themselves to their pain, rather than as a tool for self-exploration, or they might isolate themselves in a spiritual community, cutting off ties with family and friends to avoid dealing with difficult relationships. Imagine an individual who rejects the real world in search of a false sense of spiritual purity, isolating themselves from meaningful connections and avoiding the messy realities of human experience. This can lead to a superficial sense of well-being, masking deeper issues, and preventing genuine healing and transformation. But how can we distinguish between authentic spirituality and this deceptive form of self-avoidance? Someone might use spiritual jargon to avoid taking responsibility for their actions, deflecting criticism with pronouncements of karma or divine will, and never truly confronting their own flaws and shortcomings. Fake it till you make it becomes a long-term avoidance strategy. True integration, however, requires a balanced approach that embraces both the light and the dark aspects of human nature, and spiritual practices should be used as tools for self-exploration, rather than as a means of escape. But how can we cultivate this balanced perspective, and what does it truly mean to embrace our wholeness? There is great danger in seeing negative emotions as a failure. Authentic spirituality embraces wholeness. In essence, resistance, suppression, and spiritual bypassing are all strategies that ultimately perpetuate suffering and prevent genuine integration. But can these self-defeating habits be changed? And if so, how? These forms of resistance serve the ego, not the self. Having explored the dangers of resistance, suppression, and spiritual bypassing, how can we break free from these patterns and embrace the integration process with courage, self-compassion, and authenticity? Facing one's inner demons can lead to profound personal transformation. Overcoming resistance is not easy, but it is essential for creating a more fulfilling and authentic life, and the next section offers specific tools to overcome these limitations. This requires radical acceptance, understanding the roots, and cultivating conscious control. To label our inner demons as purely destructive forces is to overlook a crucial dimension of the human psyche. What if these seemingly negative aspects of ourselves actually possess latent strengths, waiting to be unlocked and integrated? It may seem counterintuitive, even absurd, to suggest that the very traits we dislike and fear within ourselves could hold the key to our greatest potential. But consider the possibility that confronting these inner enemies is akin to mining for gold within the shadow, extracting valuable resources from the depths of our unconscious. Embracing the traits we most dislike about ourselves, such as aggression, anxiety, or even a tendency towards manipulation, might seem paradoxical, but can these be potential sources of positive energy, waiting to be channeled and transformed? Elaborating on this seemingly counterintuitive concept, our inner demons are not merely adversaries to be vanquished, but potential allies yearning to be understood and integrated into our conscious lives. But is this truly possible? Consider the metaphor of taming a wild animal. Suppressing these aspects is akin to keeping a powerful creature caged, leading to unpredictable outbursts and destructive behavior, while recognizing their potential value allows us to harness their energy for good. Recognizing the potential value of these traits is the key to integrating them, as what we resist will persist, and what we embrace can be transformed. But how can we shift our perception from enemy to gift and begin the process of integration? Shifting our perspective from enemy to gift is not merely a philosophical exercise, but an essential step towards taking full control of one's life and maximizing one's potential. Consider, for instance, an individual whose anxiety is typically viewed as a debilitating weakness. But what if this anxiety, when properly understood and channeled, could be transformed into a keen attention to detail, allowing them to excel in tasks that require precision and foresight? By consciously integrating their negative emotions, such as anxiety, one gains more control over their expression, rather than being controlled by them. But how does one translate this understanding into practical strategies for turning negatives into positives? This section lays the foundation for these strategies, offering a glimpse into the transformative potential that lies dormant within our inner demons. In essence, acknowledging and embracing our inner demons is the first step towards unlocking their gifts. But what specific gifts do each of these enemies hold, and how can we access them? The transformative potential of this approach is immense, with each integrated demon adding a new dimension to our personality, expanding our capacity for empathy, resilience, and creative expression. But how do we begin this journey of transformation, and what specific demons should we confront first? The next section will explore concrete examples of transforming enemies into strengths, offering practical guidance for navigating the complex terrain of the inner world. Let's now turn to the inner critic, a common inner demon that often manifests as self-doubt, harsh judgment, and relentless criticism. But is this inner voice always destructive? Consider the individual plagued by an inner critic that constantly questions their capabilities, undermining their confidence and preventing them from pursuing their goals. Framing the inner critic as a distorted attempt to protect us from failure allows us to understand its underlying motivation. But how can we transform this saboteur into a source of strength? Unchecked criticism can indeed hinder growth and damage self-esteem, trapping us in a cycle of self-doubt and inaction. But what if we could harness its analytical nature for planning, problem-solving, and improving performance? Reframing the inner critic as a strategist involves recognizing that its analytical tendencies, when properly channeled, can be valuable for strategic thinking. But how can we redirect its energy in a constructive way? Consider the inner critic helping one identify potential flaws in a plan, allowing them to anticipate challenges and develop effective solutions. In this scenario, the individual integrates their inner critic to become a more effective planner, anticipating potential problems and developing contingency plans. But how does one achieve this transformation in practice? This involves practical techniques such as cognitive reappraisal, self-compassion, and setting realistic goals. But can these techniques truly silence the inner critic or simply change its tone? Exploring practical ways to transform the inner critic from a saboteur into a strategist begins with reframing self-criticism, such as transforming the thought, "I'm not good enough," into a growth-oriented question. How can I improve? But is it really that simple? These techniques allow the individual to work with the inner critic, rather than against it, acknowledging its concerns while redirecting its energy towards constructive problem-solving. By understanding the energy, the transformed approach becomes useful, where the individual, rather than being paralyzed by self-doubt, is motivated to take action and improve their skills. But what does this look like in practice? And how can we ensure that the inner critic remains an ally, not an enemy? In essence, the inner critic, when integrated, becomes a valuable ally, providing guidance, motivation, and a clear path to improvement, and is the result worth the effort? The integrated inner critic can provide clear feedback on performance, allowing the individual to identify areas for growth and refine their skills. And what can the integrated inner critic enable? Functioning as a helpful tool, the integrated inner critic helps facilitate increased self-confidence and effectiveness. But what happens when the inner critic morphs into something more sinister, something resembling a tyrant? Let's now transition to the inner tyrant, an inner demon characterized by a need for control, a tendency towards domination, and a willingness to use force or intimidation. But is this inner tyrant always a negative force? The inner tyrant, as a tendency to control and dominate, can indeed lead to destructive behaviors in relationships and professional settings, creating conflict, resentment, and a climate of fear. But what if we could harness the inner tyrant's natural authority and decisiveness for good? The destructive behaviors that can occur from an inner tyrant makes you consider that maybe it is always a negative force. Reframing the inner tyrant as a benevolent leader involves recognizing that its natural authority and decisiveness can be channeled for guidance, protection, and empowering others. But is this a realistic possibility? The inner tyrant helping one act decisively in a crisis, taking charge and making difficult decisions that benefit the group as a whole, becomes the goal. But is this what it seems? The key is to temper power with empathy and ethical considerations, ensuring that decisions are made in the best interests of all involved, rather than driven by ego or a need for control. But what are the mechanisms for this transformation? Recognizing the value of a strong leader to any successful group, we see how integration can create a valuable leadership style. But how do we shift from tyranny to benevolence? Exploring practical ways to transform the inner tyrant from a bully into a benevolent leader involves practicing empathy, setting healthy boundaries, and using power responsibly. But how do these techniques work in practice? One practices active listening, seeking to understand the perspectives of others before imposing their own will, and setting healthy boundaries, respecting the autonomy and needs of those around them. But how do these habits influence the inner tyrant? Consider an individual using their power to advocate for others, championing the rights of the marginalized and creating a more just, and equitable society, where the integrated inner tyrant inspires, not intimidates, but is this a stable transformation? In essence, the inner tyrant, when integrated, can become a source of strength, decisiveness, and effective leadership, empowering the individual to take charge and make a positive impact on the world. But how can this transformation create a different perspective? The inner tyrant can take charge to make a plan succeed, overcoming obstacles and inspiring others to achieve common goals. But is this the final stage of the process? When one uses the integrated inner tyrant, it leads to respectful influence, guiding and empowering others without resorting to coercion or control, and that integrated position transforms the perspective. But what about the inner demon that feels helpless and powerless? Let's now shift our focus to the inner victim, an inner demon characterized by feelings of helplessness, powerlessness, and a belief that one is constantly at the mercy of external forces. But what purpose could this inner demon serve? The inner victim, as a tendency to feel helpless and powerless, can indeed have a damaging effect on one's life, leading to depression, anxiety, and a sense of hopelessness. But what if we could transform this perceived weakness into a source of strength? Suffering can lead to a dark path, but could it lead to light? Reframing the inner victim as a source of empathy and resilience involves recognizing that its experiences of suffering can be channeled into understanding, compassion, and advocacy for others. But is this merely wishful thinking? The inner victim's vulnerability allows them to connect with others in pain, offering support, understanding, and a sense of shared humanity. But can one find the strength to turn that into a tool? The most empathetic people have often suffered the most, developing a deep understanding of the human condition and a passion for alleviating suffering. But how do we turn our trauma into purpose? A personal pain can become a passion for justice, advocating for the rights of the vulnerable and working to create a more compassionate world. But how does the victim turn into the champion? Exploring practical ways to transform the inner victim from helplessness to empowerment involves setting boundaries, practicing self-care, and seeking support from others. But is this enough to break free from the victim mentality? One sets personal boundaries to protect themselves from further harm, asserting their needs and refusing to tolerate abuse or exploitation, practicing self-care, prioritizing their well-being, and engaging in activities that nourish their mind, body, and soul. But how can one do all of that? An individual can use their experiences to advocate for other victims, sharing their story, offering support, and working to create a more just and equitable society that is not only supportive but also preventative. But what is the ultimate outcome of this transformation? In essence, the inner victim, when integrated, can become a powerful advocate for justice, a source of healing for others, and a beacon of hope in a world filled with suffering. But how can this integration change the world? The integrated inner victim can transform them into a survivor, overcoming adversity and inspiring others with their resilience and courage. But is there a true sense of closure that can be achieved? Embracing the inner victim unlocks a profound sense of meaning and purpose, transforming personal pain into a source of strength and inspiration for others. And when one gains freedom, the cycle of victimization is broken. What will that transformed perspective bring? Now that one's inner victim transforms into a champion, finding strength in the depth of despair, where does one turn next in this journey of self-discovery? Let's explore the inner fool archetype, often perceived negatively as a source of embarrassment, incompetence, or even utter silliness. But is this all there is to it? The fear of being perceived as foolish or incompetent causes many people to avoid taking risks, stifling creativity and hindering personal expression. And can that truly be the right choice? The societal pressure to always be serious and competent leads to the repression of the inner fool. But what if our silliest side contains valuable lessons and untapped potential? Reframing the inner fool as a key to creativity, humility, and a fresh perspective emphasizes how its playful nature can help us break free from rigid thinking and embrace new possibilities. But how does this work in practice? Consider the example of a successful CEO who incorporates humor into their leadership style, using self-deprecating jokes to connect with employees and foster a more relaxed and creative work environment. They are not merely being silly, but rather creating a space where people feel safe to take risks and express unconventional ideas. But is that always effective? The inner fool, when embraced, connects us to the ability to laugh at ourselves, leading to greater resilience and self-acceptance. And it's that self-acceptance that fosters openness to new ideas and perspectives. Exploring practical techniques for embracing the inner fool involves improvisation exercises, playful experimentation, and even self-deprecating humor. But how can one integrate these practices into daily life? Improv exercises, for instance, help people overcome their fear of making mistakes, encouraging them to think on their feet and embrace spontaneity, which allows for better creative expression. The ability to make light of a situation not only diffuses tension, but also fosters a sense of camaraderie and shared humanity. But does this diminish authority? Creative and artistic practices can also serve as conduits to the inner fool, allowing us to tap into our innate sense of playfulness and wonder, and use that to create art. In essence, the integrated inner fool brings lightness, flexibility, and the ability to find joy in the present moment, helping us navigate life's challenges with greater ease and resilience. But how does this translate to real-world success? Consider the success story of someone who used their inner fool to cope with a difficult situation, finding humor and levity amidst adversity. They were not denying the seriousness of the situation, but rather using humor as a tool to maintain perspective and emotional balance. But how can one maintain integration of these traits when even darker forces surface within? The gift of finding joy is essential for maintaining integration. But what about darker forces within, such as the inner addict? Let's now turn to the inner addict archetype, typically associated with destructive habits, cravings, and a profound lack of self-control. But is this the full story? The inner addict leads to harmful behaviors and broken promises, creating a cycle of shame and self-destruction. It's easy to demonize this aspect of ourselves, viewing it as a purely negative force. But what if it also contains a hidden strength? Exploring common misconceptions about addiction reveals that it is not simply a matter of willpower. And is this an accurate assessment? Societal judgment and shame can reinforce addictive patterns, driving individuals further into isolation and despair. But what if the intensity of focus associated with addiction could be redirected towards more productive and fulfilling pursuits? Reframing the inner addict as a source of intense focus, passion, and unwavering dedication explains how its obsessive nature can be channeled into productive and fulfilling pursuits. But how can one make this transition? The passion and dedication that drives many successful artists, scientists, and entrepreneurs are often fueled by a similar intensity that characterizes addiction, and without it many would not achieve the same successes. But at what cost? A scientist channeling their obsessive tendencies into groundbreaking research, working tirelessly day and night to unravel the mysteries of the universe, demonstrates how laser focus helps make people successful. But is this sustainable without burning out? Exploring practical techniques for redirecting addictive tendencies involves setting clear goals, practicing mindfulness, and finding healthy outlets for one's passions. But how can one harness these powerful energies in a positive direction? By setting clear, achievable goals, individuals can channel their focus and energy towards concrete objectives, creating a sense of purpose and accomplishment, and this is important for sustained integration. Healthy coping mechanisms, such as exercise, meditation, and creative expression, can provide alternative outlets for addictive urges, reducing reliance on destructive behaviors. But can these really match the addictive pull? In essence, the integrated inner addict brings unwavering commitment, discipline, and the ability to achieve extraordinary things. But how can one manage it? Consider the success story of someone who transformed their addictive tendencies into a source of strength, channeling their obsessive focus into mastering a craft, building a successful business, or making a positive impact on their community. And are these stories more common than we think? What happens when the inner demon isolates, creating a sense of profound loneliness and disconnection from the world? Let's shift focus now to the inner hermit archetype, characterized by a desire for solitude, withdrawal from the world, and detachment from social interactions. But could this also be a source of untapped potential? Social media and the constant barrage of news can be overwhelming, leading individuals to seek refuge in solitude. But is this merely escapism? The societal expectations of constant connection and productivity can make individuals feel ashamed of their need for solitude. But is this a healthy perspective? Throughout many stories, hermits appear as wise figures, offering guidance and insight to those who seek them out. Reframing the inner hermit as a source of deep introspection, contemplation, and profound spiritual insight explains how its need for solitude can lead to greater self-awareness and wisdom. But how does one avoid complete isolation? Solitary retreats are valued in various spiritual traditions, providing opportunities for deep contemplation and connection with the divine. But how can we make those practices available to the average person? Writers, artists, and philosophers rely on solitude to generate new ideas, to reflect on their experiences, and to connect with their inner selves. But are these isolated moments of brilliance worth the cost of human connection? Isolation, when embraced consciously, can provide clarity, allowing us to see ourselves and the world around us with greater perspective. Exploring practical techniques for embracing the inner hermit involves creating dedicated time for solitude, practicing meditation, and engaging in self-reflection. But how can we make solitude a regular part of our lives? One person creates a home sanctuary, a quiet space where they can retreat to disconnect from the outside world and connect with their inner self. But is that enough? Balancing the need for connection and the need for introspection is key, recognizing that both are essential for a well-rounded and fulfilling life. But how do we balance these opposing forces? Mindfulness meditation can deepen self-awareness and reduce anxiety during periods of solitude, allowing us to fully embrace the present moment. But is this a sustainable practice for everyone? In essence, the integrated inner hermit brings wisdom, clarity, and a profound connection to one's inner self, helping us navigate the world with greater authenticity and purpose. But how does this internal shift influence our external lives? A person with a newfound sense of purpose emerges from their period of solitude, ready to share their gifts with the world. But what does one do with these demons after they have been integrated? In summary, we have explored the transformations of the inner fool, the inner addict, and the inner hermit, highlighting the positive potential of each integrated inner demon. But what does this all mean in the larger context of our lives? Imagine the psyche as an orchestra, with each inner demon representing a different instrument. The inner critic is the violin, providing structure and precision. The inner tyrant is the trumpet, providing strength and leadership. The inner victim is the cello, providing empathy and compassion. The inner fool is the flute, bringing lightness and joy. The inner addict is the drums, providing energy and passion. And the inner hermit is the bass, providing depth and grounding. But how does one balance the instruments? By integrating these aspects, one gains access to the full range of human experience, unlocking their potential for greatness. Embracing the ongoing nature of the integration process requires constant self-awareness, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace paradox and ambiguity. But how can we maintain this awareness over the long term? The need to adapt one's approach, recognizing that what works in one situation may not work in another, is essential for sustained growth. But how can we develop this flexibility? Integration is not a destination, but a journey requiring continuous effort and a willingness to embrace the unknown. But is it a worthwhile endeavor? In the next section, we will explore how to sustain this integration and apply it to real-world challenges, relationships, and goals. But how can we prepare ourselves for this next step? This section will show that integration is a lifelong practice, not a one-time event, and requires continuous effort and dedication. Ultimately, embracing one's inner demons unlocks the transformative power for a more authentic, fulfilling, and profoundly meaningful life. But now what? Now that we know how this can be done, what can we do with the tools that we have earned? The journey does not stop here, and the questions that follow will be answered in the subsequent sections. Now that we have explored the transformations of various inner demons, integrating even the most challenging inner aspects, what does this mean for our daily lives, and how can one take action? The true test of integration lies not merely in understanding these inner dynamics, but in embodying them and allowing them to shape our actions, relationships, and overall life trajectory. It's about moving beyond intellectual comprehension and allowing these insights to permeate our very being, but is that always easy to do? This embodiment is where the rubber meets the road, translating inner work into tangible, real-world results. But what does this look like in practice? Consider an individual who has integrated their inner critic, transforming it from a source of harsh self-judgment into a constructive ally. Instead of berating themselves for mistakes, they offer balanced feedback, acknowledging both strengths and areas for improvement. They don't wallow in self-doubt, but use their inner critic as a tool for growth and development. But is this constant work? This integration ripples outwards, affecting all aspects of their life. In their career, they are more likely to take on challenges, viewing setbacks as opportunities to learn and refine their skills. In their relationships, they are more compassionate and understanding, both towards themselves and others. But how does this influence their overall life satisfaction? Truly, integration affects all aspects of life, and the more aspects that are integrated, the easier life becomes. Integrated individuals exhibit greater authenticity, resilience, and empathy in their interactions with others. But how can one cultivate these qualities? Consider someone with an integrated inner critic, who instead of tearing others down, gives balanced feedback, offering constructive criticism with kindness and support. And does this make them more effective? Authentic individuals form deeper and more meaningful connections, as they are not afraid to be vulnerable and genuine, and that genuineness is essential. This creates a space for others to do the same, fostering trust and intimacy. But can one maintain authenticity in the face of adversity? One finds that others are naturally drawn to someone who has worked on themselves, sensing their inner peace and strength, which leads to harmonious relationships and a supportive community. To embody integration, one must align their actions with their values and live in accordance with their true self. But how does one discover their true self? Imagine someone who has integrated their inner tyrant, the part of themselves that craves control and dominance, now channeling this energy into setting healthy boundaries, rather than manipulating or coercing others. They are assertive and decisive, but also respectful and compassionate, and this approach yields better results. But how does one walk that line? Acting with integrity means being honest with oneself and others, keeping one's promises, and standing up for what one believes in, even when it's difficult, and these actions are more important than words. Consistent action is key to sustaining transformation and reinforcing the integrated self, and this is a continuous process. But what happens when we slip up? The integrated life is not about achieving perfection, which is unattainable, but about living with intention, purpose, and a deep sense of self-awareness. But how can we reconcile this with our inherent flaws and imperfections? Integration is a journey, not a destination, requiring constant self-reflection and a willingness to learn and grow, which can be hard work. Setbacks and challenges are inevitable, but they are also opportunities to deepen our understanding of ourselves, and to refine our approach. And by understanding ourselves, we better understand the world. But what about our relationships with others? Now that we've seen how integration manifests in individual lives, what about integration and its effect on relationships? Integration transforms relationships, fostering greater harmony, authenticity, and intimacy. But what does this look like in practice? Integrating the inner critic allows someone to give and receive constructive feedback without defensiveness, creating a space for open and honest communication, and open communication is essential. This is in stark contrast to past relationships, where criticism was met with anger, resentment, or withdrawal, leading to misunderstandings and conflict. But how does one cultivate this in new relationships? One will naturally attract other integrated individuals, creating a network of support and mutual growth, as like attracts like. And this supportive environment allows for more safety for vulnerability. But what about pre-existing relationships? Integrated individuals are better equipped to navigate conflicts, set healthy boundaries, and communicate their needs effectively. But how does this manifest in real-world scenarios? Someone with an integrated inner tyrant can be firm and assertive when necessary, without resorting to aggression or intimidation, and this is a key skill. Imagine a situation where individuals express concerns to another, who instead of becoming defensive or dismissive, listens attentively, acknowledges their feelings, and works collaboratively to find a solution, which allows the friendship to deepen. But what happens when a conflict arises? One will find that open communication leads to stronger bonds and a deeper understanding of each other's needs and perspectives. But is this always achievable? This leads to the ability to navigate challenges and grow together. Integration fosters greater empathy and compassion, enabling individuals to connect with others on a deeper and more meaningful level. But how does this empathy manifest in practical terms? Consider the story of someone who used to struggle with judgment and criticism, who through integration learned to see the world through the eyes of others, understanding their struggles and celebrating their successes. By sharing their story of healing, they inspire others to embark on their own journey of self-discovery and transformation, and this ripple effect can change lives. But what if someone is resistant to change? Understanding and supporting the integration path of others becomes a natural extension of one's own journey, recognizing that we are all interconnected and that our individual growth contributes to the collective well-being. And this is important because the goal is not isolation, but integration with all. Integration in relationships is about creating a space for authenticity, vulnerability, and mutual growth. But what does this space look like, and how can we cultivate it? Creating a space to be real, where one can express their thoughts, feelings, and needs without fear of judgment or rejection, fosters trust and intimacy, and that is a great gift to give to someone. A better relationship with oneself fosters better relationships with others, as we are no longer projecting our own insecurities and unmet needs onto our partners, family members, and friends. But how does this translate to professional life? Now that we've seen how integration fosters harmony and authenticity in personal relationships, what about in one's career and overall purpose? Integration transforms one's career, bringing greater flow, purpose, and impact. But what does this look like in practice? Integrated people align their work with their values, seeking out opportunities that resonate with their deepest passions and talents, and this resonance is essential. They see their work not just as a means to an end, but as a way to contribute to something larger than themselves, and find fulfillment in making a difference, which is a worthy goal. But is that always realistic? Doing what one loves ensures that work is not simply a job, but a path of continual growth and self-discovery, where challenges become opportunities for learning and innovation, which builds toward even more fulfillment. But what if our values clash with the demands of our profession? Integrated individuals are more likely to find work that aligns with their values, passions, and talents, leading to greater job satisfaction and a sense of fulfillment. But how does one find this alignment? Imagine a former lawyer who, after integrating their values of social justice and environmental stewardship, now runs an NPO dedicated to protecting endangered species, and this new life gives them more energy. They are no longer trapped in a life that felt meaningless or unfulfilling, but are now making a tangible difference in the world. But what if financial pressures make it difficult to pursue one's passions? Living a life not aligned with values leads to burnout, resentment, and a sense of emptiness, even if one achieves external success. Whereas, living an integrated life allows for increased job performance, because the work being done is meaningful and connected to a deeper purpose, and this sustains motivation. Integration enhances creativity, innovation, and problem-solving skills, empowering individuals to make a greater impact in their chosen field. But how does this happen? Truly creative people are often highly integrated, drawing upon a wide range of experiences, emotions, and perspectives to generate novel ideas and solutions. Consider individuals making an impact, driven by a desire to create positive change in the world, who approach their work with both passion and a deep sense of responsibility. But what if our creative endeavors are met with criticism or failure? Integration leads to societal contributions, where one's unique talents and abilities are used to address pressing global challenges, from climate change to poverty to social inequality, which provides motivation to continue to act despite adversity. Integration in career and purpose is about creating a life that is both meaningful and sustainable. But how can we achieve this balance? Imagine the nature of burnout, a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged or excessive stress, which can be avoided by staying true to one's values. Integrating one's values protects against the downside of working, ensuring that our efforts are aligned with our deepest sense of purpose. But what if we feel overwhelmed by the scope of the problems we face? Understanding that individual growth and fulfillment go hand in hand is essential for sustained integration. From individual actions and relationships to career and purpose, we've explored how integration brings profound transformation. But what about the broader societal implications? Integrated people become community leaders, mentors, and advocates for positive change, inspiring others to embrace their own inner demons and to contribute to a more compassionate world. But does this individual growth extend beyond their immediate sphere of influence? Individual growth leads to collective transformation as more and more people embrace integration, and societies become more just, sustainable, and harmonious. Integrated individuals are more likely to advocate for social justice, environmental protection, and ethical business practices. But how does this manifest in the real world? Imagine someone advocating for others, using their voice and resources to promote equality, protect the environment, or hold corporations accountable, because they know that collective well-being depends on the actions of each individual. This shows that society will benefit from more integration, as it creates a culture of responsibility, empathy, and collaboration. But what if our efforts are met with resistance or opposition? Acting in accordance with a moral code and in standing up for what is right even when it is difficult sets an example for others. Integration fosters greater empathy, understanding, and collaboration, enabling individuals to build stronger communities and address complex global challenges. But how can we foster this sense of interconnectedness? Consider a success story that shows how good can come from this, where diverse groups of people, despite their differences, work together to create positive change in the world. That cooperation can build stronger communities than competition, creating a ripple effect of compassion and understanding. But is such widespread integration a realistic possibility? The journey of integration is not just a personal one, but a collective one, and each individual who embraces their inner demons contributes to a more enlightened and compassionate world. But how can we make this a reality? It begins with you, with each conscious choice to confront our shadow, to embrace our vulnerabilities, and to live in alignment with our values, and it is contagious. Personal transformation leads to societal benefit as we inspire others to follow suit, creating a virtuous cycle of growth and positive change. But what are the next steps on this journey? Since your integration supports a more compassionate world, what new demons might one discover upon deeper reflection? What if our inner demons were not simply malevolent forces to be banished, but disguised teachers offering profound lessons about ourselves and the world? An inner demon can serve as a mirror, reflecting aspects of ourselves that we need to acknowledge and integrate. But can we truly learn from these dark reflections? Consider, for instance, the recurring theme of self-acceptance. An inner demon might manifest as self-doubt, constantly whispering that we are not good enough. But if we listen closely, it may be prompting us to cultivate self-compassion, and this new awareness may be the most profound lesson of our lives. The hero's journey is full of challenges, and like it or not, inner demons are part of those challenges, so that when the hero transforms, he has dominion over himself. Elaborate on the idea that each inner demon offers a unique and valuable lesson, tailored to our individual needs and circumstances. The inner critic teaches the importance of discernment and self-reflection. But how can we distinguish between constructive criticism and self-sabotaging thoughts? Imagine an individual who struggles with their inner critic, constantly berating themselves for every mistake. But what if they learn to recognize this voice as a signal to pause, reflect, and discern whether the criticism is valid or simply a manifestation of insecurity? Embracing this lesson can lead to greater self-awareness, resilience, and overall well-being, as they now use the critic as a tool. The inner tyrant teaches us the need for ethical leadership and the correct use of power. Explore how inner demons teach us about our limits and vulnerabilities, helping us to develop greater self-compassion and acceptance. But why is vulnerability so important? Acknowledging one's vulnerabilities can foster greater authenticity and connection in relationships, allowing us to show up as our true selves, rather than hiding behind a facade of perfection. But is it safe to reveal our vulnerabilities to others? When someone accepts their vulnerabilities, they are more authentic, and in turn, become more magnetic, and one finds that self-compassion reduces the power inner demons have, creating space for growth and healing. But why is it so difficult to practice self-compassion? Understanding that limitations are not failures, but opportunities for growth, allows one to take more action and be less inhibited. Emphasize that the lessons offered by inner demons are not always easy to understand or accept, requiring courage, patience, and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves. But what if these truths challenge our very identity? The path to integration requires openness to exploring our shadow side, acknowledging the parts of ourselves that we may have disowned or repressed, because these truths are not always pretty, but running away from them only strengthens the demons. Embracing uncomfortable truths has transformative potential, leading to a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us, which shapes our character for the better. And how will that impact our actions? Working with inner demons can forge character, transforming perceived flaws into strengths. But can something truly good come from our darkest aspects? This process is like tempering steel, where the flaws in the metal are transformed into points of strength, making it more resilient and durable. But only the correct amount of heat and the correct timing allows the steel to transform. And so it is with the integration of negative traits. What does it mean to have character? It is the ability to act with integrity, courage, and compassion, even in the face of adversity. But is it possible to develop character without confronting our inner demons? The process may need to be gone through multiple times, with each cycle creating more stability. These traits will support you in times of trial, so that your character will be your shield. Explore how the integration of inner demons fosters resilience, empowering us to navigate life's challenges with greater strength and adaptability, but can we truly overcome adversity? Accepting vulnerability fosters authenticity, and this acceptance allows us to approach challenges with greater honesty, openness, and self-awareness, which will allow the acceptance of others. Someone who practices this relates better, finding strength in their imperfections, learning how to overcome adversity, and building resilience. Explain the integration process as a source of empathy and compassion. But why is empathy so important? The ability to relate to the suffering of others empowers us to connect with them on a deeper level, offering support, understanding, and solidarity, and that connection can be life-changing. Imagine a former bully who, after confronting their own inner demons, becomes an advocate for anti-bullying initiatives, using their experience to help others heal and find their voice, and that transformation can bring out the best in someone. Acceptance fosters tolerance and compassion, bringing people closer to each other and creating a more harmonious world, because by accepting all aspects of yourself, you can more easily see yourself in others. Emphasize that inner demons can become sources of inspiration, reminding us of our values and guiding our actions. But how can something so dark inspire us? Never again transforms an attitude of indifference into a fierce determination to prevent future atrocities, and that is a lesson from history. This is a source of motivation, driving us to make a difference in the world, but is it always easy to stay true to our values? Transcending to what is essential requires us to confront our deepest fears and insecurities, allowing us to embrace our true selves, which unlocks a future of individuation. Reframe inner demons as signposts that highlight areas of ourselves that need attention, healing, and integration. But how can we decipher these signposts? Pain calls one's attention, signaling that something is amiss and requiring our immediate focus, and that pain is an indicator for where to act. This process leads to wholeness, as we reclaim the disowned parts of ourselves, integrating them into a more complete and authentic identity, and wholeness is a worthy goal. Review common milestones and learn to recognize the patterns. This will make you whole and bring a new sense of awareness. Explore how following the path of integration leads to a deeper understanding of one's authentic self. But what does it mean to be authentic? One no longer cares what others think, because they are grounded in their own truth, and that grounding is immensely powerful. Imagine someone who is fully authentic, living in alignment with their values, expressing their unique gifts and talents, and radiating a sense of inner peace and confidence so that they are naturally attractive to others. This will highlight a more authentic life. But what does that actually look like? Illustrate how integrating inner demons unlocks untapped potential. But where does this potential come from? New levels of self-expression emerge as we shed the masks and defenses that have been holding us back, allowing our true selves to shine, and that self-expression can be an act of service to others. Exploring what is possible with this freedom leads to new opportunities, relationships, and experiences, enriching our lives in countless ways. Integration brings meaning and purpose, connecting us to something larger than ourselves. But is it possible to find meaning in a world that often feels chaotic and meaningless? Emphasize individuation is the ongoing practice, but is there an end point? The person is now fully free, living without restraint, and shining brightly. Integration is a journey, not a destination, requiring constant self-reflection, self-compassion, and a willingness to learn and grow, so it is important to remember that the journey is the destination. Illustrate freedom with someone who is finally living up to their potential, which can be very inspiring. Summarize the transformed perspective, seeing inner demons as teachers, shapers of character, and guides to individuation. But how does this shift in perspective change our lives? The symphony is ready, with each instrument playing in harmony, creating a beautiful and complex composition that reflects the fullness of who we are, and the process to create it transforms the musician. These are building blocks to bettering the self, allowing us to overcome challenges, cultivate meaningful relationships, and live in alignment with our values. and those values will make you a better person. The individual is now more free, unburdened by the weight of their shadow, and empowered to create a life of purpose and joy. Briefly transition to practical strategies for identifying and harnessing the gifts of our inner demons. But where do we begin? The world is now one's oyster, full of possibilities and opportunities, but how do we navigate this vast and complex landscape? A little bit of shadow work unleashes the potential for unlocking this. Reiterate how embracing paradox, questioning assumptions, and acting with intention can lead to unexpected benefits, but can we truly trust the process? This is an act of faith, requiring us to let go of our need for control and surrender to the wisdom of the unconscious, because the universe knows more than you do. Now one must make the leap, trusting that we are supported and guided by a force greater than ourselves, and that courage is very meaningful. The sky is the limit, as we unleash our creativity, manifest our dreams, and live a life of purpose, passion, and fulfillment. But where to from here? What if the journey of integrating our inner demons wasn't just about taming the darkness, but about uncovering the radiant, authentic self that lies beneath? This path demands we shed the masks we've worn for so long, masks molded by societal expectations and internalized shame. But can we truly bear to reveal our true selves, even to ourselves? Consider the discomfort and even fear that arises when we contemplate living authentically, a fear born from the belief that our true selves are somehow unacceptable. Embracing authenticity, then, becomes an act of profound courage. Living authentically stands in stark contrast to a life lived for others, a life spent chasing external validation and striving to meet expectations that are not our own. But what does it mean to live a lie? This contrast is not merely philosophical. It has profound implications for our mental and emotional well-being, for a life built on falsehoods is a fragile structure, constantly threatened by the winds of disapproval. When we prioritize external validation over our own inner compass, we risk losing touch with our true selves, becoming mere reflections of what others want us to be. This loss of self can lead to feelings of emptiness, alienation, and a deep-seated sense of dissatisfaction, as we find ourselves trapped in a gilded cage of our own making. How are shadow work and authenticity linked? Integrating repressed qualities enables individuals to live more congruently with their true nature, fostering a sense of wholeness and self-acceptance. Acknowledging one's vulnerabilities, for instance, reduces the need to project a false image of strength, as we embrace our imperfections and allow ourselves to be seen as we truly are. Imagine a public figure who, by embracing a previously hidden aspect of themselves, perhaps a past struggle with addiction or a personal experience with mental health, resonates with a wider audience, connecting with others on a deeper, more human level. This is because authenticity fosters deeper connections. The gap between one's inner experience and outward presentation minimizes, leading to greater self-awareness, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. Societal pressures and conditioning often lead individuals to suppress their authentic selves, creating a false self based on external expectations. But is this false self a complete fabrication? The formation of a false self is often a protective mechanism, a way of coping with environments where our true selves were not accepted or valued. Consider a person who embraces the inner hermit after years of being an extrovert, realizing that their true nature is more introverted and contemplative. This recognition is not a rejection of their past, but a reclaiming of their authentic self. But what happens when the mask has been worn for so long that one can no longer tell what is real? Connecting the suppression of certain qualities to the development of inner demons illustrates how unacknowledged aspects of the self can become destructive. What does it mean to live a lie? It means living in constant fear of exposure, of being unmasked and revealed as an imposter. It means sacrificing our own happiness and fulfillment in the pursuit of external approval, ultimately leading to a life of quiet desperation. Embracing one's authentic self, even if it means challenging societal norms and expectations, can be immensely liberating. But is it always safe to be ourselves? Living authentically gives power to people, freeing them from the shackles of conformity and allowing them to express their unique gifts and talents. But what if those gifts are deemed unacceptable by society? The peace that comes from living authentically unlocks the potential for genuine connection and fulfillment, allowing us to form relationships based on mutual respect and understanding. Imagine the relief of no longer having to pretend, of being able to show up as our true selves without fear of judgment or rejection. This freedom allows us to invest our energy in meaningful pursuits, to cultivate genuine relationships, and to live a life of purpose and joy. But what about the risk of alienating others? Vulnerability is essential for authentic connection, yet societal notions often portray it as a weakness. But could it be our greatest strength? Brené Brown challenged modern perceptions of vulnerability, revealing that it is not a sign of weakness, but rather a prerequisite for courage, empathy, and connection. She writes extensively on how vulnerability is at the core of shame, fear, and our struggles for worthiness. But it is also the birthplace of joy, creativity, belonging, and love. Authentic living can result in criticism, forcing one to become even more insular. Suppressing emotion versus mindful engagement highlights the stark difference between avoidance and courage. Sharing vulnerabilities fosters trust, empathy, and intimacy in relationships, creating space for genuine connection and mutual support. But is it always wise to reveal our deepest fears and insecurities? Someone sharing their fears of failure to a colleague, for example, opens the door for mutual support and encouragement, transforming a potential source of isolation into an opportunity for connection. Imagine two people sharing with each other after a long period of isolation, creating a bond of understanding and acceptance that transcends superficial interactions. But what if our vulnerabilities are met with judgment or rejection? Vulnerability is more powerful than strength. This allows us to form stronger bonds with others, creating a sense of belonging and mutual support that enriches our lives, creating stronger bonds. The myth of invulnerability suggests that pretending to be perfect or fearless prevents meaningful connections and fosters feelings of isolation and shame. But is it truly possible to be invulnerable? Illustrate how the constant need to project an image of strength and competence can be exhausting and isolating, creating a barrier between ourselves and others. Putting on a mask and showing a person who isn't real is a common problem in society, and how many are putting on these masks? People often hide themselves, leading to isolation. A life lived in fear is a life half-lived. Embracing vulnerability requires courage, self-compassion, and a willingness to risk rejection. But is the leap worth it? The process takes courage, requiring us to step outside our comfort zones and expose ourselves to the possibility of pain. But without risk, there is no reward. A willingness to be vulnerable creates a space for authentic connection, allowing us to form deeper, more meaningful relationships with others. The more risk leads to better reward, offering more fulfillment in the long run. Is the leap worth it? The potential rewards are immeasurable, leading to more authentic relationships and a deeper sense of belonging. However, authenticity is not a blank check to act without consideration for others, highlighting the ethical considerations of expressing one's true self. But where do we draw the line between authenticity and recklessness? "I'm just being real" cannot be used to justify hurtful behavior, as actions must be tempered with empathy and respect. Recognizing when actions stem from shadow or authenticity helps to distinguish between self-expression and self-indulgence. Ethical conduct requires balance, requiring one to balance authentic expression with empathy and responsibility. Authentic expression should be tempered with empathy, respect, and a commitment to non-harm, ensuring that one's actions align with their values and promote the well-being of others. But how do we balance our own needs with the needs of others? An individual recognizes the pain they have caused and acts differently, demonstrating a willingness to take responsibility for their actions and make amends. Distinguishing between acting from a place of authenticity and acting from a place of unintegrated shadow helps us to navigate complex ethical dilemmas, ensuring that our actions are guided by compassion and a desire to do good in the world. Self-awareness and self-regulation are essential in navigating the shadow side of authenticity, but how can we cultivate these qualities? It's not about acting as a jerk, but rather about expressing ourselves in a way that is both honest and respectful. Ethical expression requires us to pause, reflect, and consider the impact of our words and actions on others. Recognizing triggers to act respectfully allows us to respond with compassion and understanding, transforming potential conflicts into opportunities for connection. Ethical authenticity creates stronger connections, fostering trust, respect, and mutual understanding. But how can we create these connections in a world that is often divided and polarized? Someone apologizes and acts ethically, building bridges across divides and creating a more harmonious world because it allows for greater communication. Do no harm, but take no shit serves as a guiding principle, allowing us to stand up for ourselves while remaining mindful of the impact of our actions on others. It must be clear that ethics are important, creating a world where authenticity and integrity go hand in hand. Integration, authenticity, and ethical conduct are all facets of a diamond, clear in each way. But how do these elements come together to create a whole? These facets of strength create a world where one can now live life to the fullest, connecting with others on a deeper level and making a positive impact on the world around us. The world is now at one's fingertips, full of possibilities and opportunities, offering more than ever before. The journey of the self is ongoing, a process of constant evolution and transformation, but what lies ahead on this path? It is now time to grow further, embracing new challenges, exploring new horizons, and continuing to deepen our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. What does that entail? It means remaining open to new experiences, cultivating self-compassion, and continuing to integrate the various aspects of our being. Next, the integration begins anew, creating a symphony of self. As always, a world of self-worth is possible, attainable, and within reach, but will you seize the opportunity to create it? One can now build a better life, one where they have overcome challenges, cultivated meaningful relationships, and lived in alignment with their values. A greater world is now open, beckoning us to explore its vastness and discover our place within it. What if taming your inner demons began not with a battle, but with a conversation, a naming ceremony of the unruly aspects within? The prospect of engaging directly with the parts of ourselves we've long suppressed can be daunting, but what if this act of recognition is the key to unlocking a new level of self-understanding and personal power? Naming our inner demons transforms these vague anxieties into specific, manageable entities, marking the first step towards integration and conscious control. Consider the power of a name. By identifying and naming an inner demon, we bring it into the light of consciousness, stripping it of its amorphous power. But how does one even begin to name these elusive inner figures? The act of naming is far from arbitrary. It's a conscious choice that begins the process of taming the wild within, connecting with radical acceptance, mindfulness, and ultimately conscious control. Imagine someone using a journal to define and name the doubter, their inner critic, carefully describing its voice, its tactics, and its impact on their life. This simple act begins to give form to something previously shapeless, setting the stage for a new relationship with this inner aspect. The power of language in shaping perception cannot be overstated, and consciously choosing a name for an inner demon is a profound act of creation. But how does the right name shift our inner landscape? The difference between simply feeling anxiety and grappling with the worrywart is significant. Anxiety is a broad, diffuse emotion, while the worrywart is a character, a specific entity with its own quirks and tendencies, highlighting that finding the right name is key, a name that resonates with the specific flavor of that particular inner demon. It diminishes the power of that demon. Does the wrong name inflate that demon's ego? Consider how the names we use for our inner demons can either empower them, amplifying their influence, or diminish them, placing them in a more manageable perspective. But how does one practically go about identifying and naming these inner demons? Techniques such as journaling, meditation, and creative expression can be invaluable tools, providing a space to explore the shadowy corners of the psyche. Using journaling to explore qualities, for example, can help to bring these inner figures into sharper focus. One might begin by asking, what are my most persistent negative thoughts? Or what situations trigger my strongest emotional reactions? Imagine sitting in a quiet room, closing your eyes, and focusing on your breath, as you gently observe the thoughts and feelings that arise, without judgment, allowing them to surface and take shape, as one might focus on what a particular figure might say. This act of naming reduces the power these inner demons hold over us, giving us the ability to observe them with greater clarity and compassion. But how does this simple act create such a significant shift? When you name it, you can frame it, and ultimately tame it. Imagine something shifting within as you transform the feeling of generalized inadequacy into a specific inner character named the imposter, realizing that its primary function is to protect you from perceived judgment. It diminishes greatly. This allows you to begin disentangling yourself from its influence, recognizing it as a part of you, but not the entirety of who you are. Now, what if we could rewrite the very stories we tell ourselves about these inner demons, reshaping our relationship with them from one of fear and resistance to one of understanding and even acceptance? This theme of reframing explores how the narratives we construct around our inner demons shape our experience of them. But can we truly change the way we perceive these deeply ingrained aspects of ourselves? The ability to reframe our inner narratives is a powerful tool for personal transformation, a way of shifting perspective and finding new meaning in our experiences. Relate this narrative work to myth, a way of finding empowerment through story. Explore practical techniques for reframing the narrative, such as challenging negative thought patterns, identifying cognitive distortions, and seeking alternative interpretations, as this process offers concrete strategies for rewriting our inner stories. But how can we begin to challenge these deeply ingrained thought patterns? Cognitive reappraisal, a technique rooted in cognitive behavioral therapy, involves consciously examining and challenging negative thoughts, replacing them with more balanced and realistic ones. Imagine someone challenging the distortion of always or never statements, questioning the absolute nature of their beliefs. Someone begins to realize that they do not always fail, nor will they never succeed. Seeing an inner demon as a protector transforms our relationship with it, shifting from a stance of resistance to one of understanding and compassion. But how can we possibly view these seemingly destructive forces as allies? The imposter, for example, can be reframed as a hyper-vigilant protector, aiming to reduce risk and maintain a sense of control. Finding a positive element to the worst traits, understanding the underlying motivation behind its behavior can unlock a new level of self-compassion and empower you to work with that aspect of yourself, rather than against it. Reframing for empowerment, not self-deception, allows for more honest and holistic self-perception. What about reframing the seemingly irredeemable aspects of ourselves, the bully or the victim within? The abandoned one, for instance, the part of ourselves that feels perpetually alone and unsupported, can be reframed as the independent one, a resourceful and self-reliant aspect that has learned to navigate challenges with resilience. The story creates power, demonstrating that even our most painful experiences can be sources of strength and resilience, as one remembers the skills learned along the way. What practical advice can be offered for those struggling to reframe their own inner narratives? But can we truly find solace and transformation in designated spaces that offer solace and foster introspection? Transitioning into ritualistic practices can provide a sanctuary for the self, creating a dedicated space, both physical and mental, for engaging with our inner world. Meditative and artistic pursuits alike can serve as rituals. Connecting the concept of sacred space to both physical environments and mental states, emphasizing the importance of intention, creates a safe and supportive container for exploring our inner demons. Relate rituals for personal transformation, creating a safe place to grow. To utilize a physical space as an aid, consider setting up a room with symbolism, carefully selecting objects and images that resonate with your personal values and intentions. But how does one create a space that truly feels sacred? Detailing the importance of a dedicated space, one that is free from distractions and associated with positive emotions, can significantly enhance the experience. Imagine someone setting up a room with candles, crystals, and meaningful artwork, creating an environment that evokes feelings of peace, safety, and inspiration. The process of setup is the ritual, and it creates an association with safety. Emphasizing the purpose of a sacred space highlights its role as a safe haven from negative emotions, offering a refuge from the chaos and demands of the outside world. But what is it about these spaces that allows us to access such profound levels of inner peace and clarity? A sacred space is designed to create safety and security, offering a refuge from judgment, criticism, and the pressures of daily life, providing a sanctuary for exploring the darker aspects of ourselves without fear or self-condemnation. How a space protects integration unlocks opportunities for self-reflection. Exploring the transformative effects of setting and integrating this space can enhance our ability to integrate our shadow aspects, leading to greater self-awareness, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. But how does creating a sacred space translate into tangible changes in our inner landscape? Increased control over the shadow emerges because this dedicated space allows us to access and integrate previously repressed aspects of ourselves. Enhanced ability to integrate arises from a feeling of security and safety. Sustaining change emerges as a result. Having now explored 3 practical approaches, naming, reframing, and creating sacred space, what is the next step in this journey of integration? Highlighting the value, a reminder of the benefits of engaging with these practices, strengthens the resolve to continue the work, underscoring their interconnectedness. Action is the key, remembering that intellectual understanding alone is not enough. It is through consistent action and practice that we truly integrate these tools into our lives. But does this process have a clear ending point, or is it a continuous cycle of self-discovery and transformation? Transformation comes from ongoing commitment, remembering that the journey of integrating our inner demons is not a one-time event, but a lifelong process of self-discovery and growth. Mentioning maintenance strategies can offer guidance and support. What does one do now, armed with these insights and tools? Closing with power and potential, one recognizes that this work is not about eliminating our inner demons, but about transforming our relationship with them, integrating them into a more complete and authentic sense of self. Reinforcing an integrated existence highlights that true integration is about creating a harmonious inner landscape, where all aspects of ourselves, both light and dark, can coexist and contribute to our overall well-being. The beginning of transformation, what was once a source of fear and shame, can become a source of strength and wisdom. Emphasizing ethical conduct ensures that our transformation benefits not only ourselves, but also the world around us. What if you could step outside yourself, becoming a silent observer of the tumultuous drama unfolding within? This capacity to witness the inner interplay of your demons without being consumed by them is a powerful tool for integration. But how can we cultivate this detached awareness? Cultivating the observer self offers a new perspective, a way to watch the play without becoming a character, and a step towards psychological detachment. Think of your inner world as a stage, populated by various characters, each vying for attention and control. There's the inner critic, the perpetual fault finder, the inner fool, the carefree jester, the inner child, vulnerable and yearning for love, and the inner tyrant. The observer self is like a detached audience member, watching the drama unfold without judgment, recognizing that these characters are simply aspects of the self, not the totality of who you are. Imagine someone struggling with anxiety using this technique to observe the interplay between their inner worrier and their inner rationalizer. Observing in this way can diffuse negative cycles. This act of detached observation provides invaluable perspective, creating space between the emotion and the experience, a vantage point from which to understand the motivations and patterns of these inner figures. But how does this shift in perspective diffuse negative cycles? This space allows you to see the triggers that activate these demons, the beliefs that fuel their behavior, and the consequences of their actions, allowing you to respond with greater awareness and intention instead of being swept away by reactive emotions. One is better able to integrate, and one gains increased agency as one consciously responds instead of reacting. How then can one cultivate this observer self, this capacity for detached awareness? Techniques such as mindfulness meditation, self-inquiry, and journaling can be invaluable tools for developing this skill. Mindfulness meditation, for example, involves focusing on the present moment without judgment, observing thoughts and feelings as they arise and pass away. But how does this practice foster detachment? Sitting in silence, one trains the mind to observe without reacting, to witness the ebb and flow of inner experience without getting carried away by it. Imagine sitting comfortably, closing your eyes, and focusing on your breath, noticing the sensations in your body as you inhale and exhale, as thoughts and feelings arise. Acknowledge them without judgment, simply observing them as mental events, releasing back to the breath. This practice cultivates a sense of spaciousness within, a distance from the constant stream of thoughts and emotions that typically dominate our awareness. Seeing, in this way, how emotions affect one is very powerful. Step by step, one's perspective is widened. The value of this capacity for observation extends far beyond the meditation cushion, influencing how we navigate our daily lives. And indeed, this increased ability to handle difficult situations is a key benefit. In moments of stress or conflict, when inner demons are clamoring for attention, we can consciously choose to step back and observe the situation with greater clarity. This distance changes emotions and decreases the power inner demons have. The increased ability to handle emotions, in turn, enhances our capacity for integration, allowing us to engage with our inner demons from a place of understanding and compassion, rather than fear and resistance. But is it possible to actually embrace these seemingly negative aspects of ourselves? Approaching emotions and demons in this way increases one's control. Now, imagine that the process of integration is akin to the alchemical marriage, the sacred union of opposing forces, an idea that illuminates the possibility of inner transformation. But how can the language of alchemy shed light on this complex process? Alchemy, with its symbolic language and transformative processes, offers a powerful metaphor for the integration of inner demons. Alchemy sought to transform base metals into gold, a process that required the combination and transmutation of various elements. Similarly, the integration of inner demons involves uniting seemingly opposing aspects of ourselves, transmuting lead into gold. Using alchemy metaphors shows that integration is possible and is akin to the philosopher's stone. The union of opposites is a central theme in alchemy, a concept that underscores the transformative potential of integration. Just as alchemists sought to combine sulfur and mercury, the active and passive principles, so too must we unite the seemingly contradictory aspects of our own nature. But how can we reconcile these opposing forces within ourselves? Good and evil, light and darkness, masculine and feminine, all these opposites must be embraced and integrated for wholeness to emerge. One allows new ways of being to appear, allowing a transformative synthesis to begin. One makes transformation within reach, allowing one to create themselves anew. Alchemical symbols, such as the king and queen uniting, offer further insights into this process, each holding valuable keys to unlock the secrets to oneself. But how do these symbols illuminate the path to inner union? The king and queen represent the masculine and feminine principles within us, the animus and anima in Jungian terms. Accepting these qualities, regardless of one's gender, allows one to accept oneself more freely. Imagine embracing both your assertiveness and your receptivity, your logic and your intuition, as this internal reconciliation fosters a sense of wholeness and balance, leading to integration. Underscoring that both traits are valuable highlights the importance of these traits and the importance of the self. The power of the symbol helps to bring greater understanding and insight. This alchemical marriage is not about eliminating or suppressing any aspect of ourselves, but about embracing and integrating all that we are, a journey to wholeness that requires acceptance. But what does it truly mean to accept our inner demons? Acceptance is not condoning or excusing negative behavior, but rather acknowledging the existence and purpose of these inner figures, understanding that they are parts of ourselves that need to be understood and integrated. Acceptance allows one to start loving themselves. All are welcome, and there are seats for all at the table. What if this journey isn't a straight line toward perfection, but a spiral path, a continuous cycle of growth, death, and rebirth? Shifting from linear to cyclical thinking allows one to see the bigger picture. But how does this perspective change our understanding of integration? This means that nothing is ever truly complete. There is always another step, another layer to uncover, another demon to befriend. Just as the seasons cycle through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, so too do we cycle through periods of growth, expansion, contraction, and renewal. And indeed, this pattern of growth reveals the need for new beginnings that stem from endings. Embracing this cyclical perspective allows us to approach challenges and setbacks with greater resilience, recognizing that they are simply part of the process, opportunities for growth and transformation. Change, in this cyclical view, is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process, a dance of destruction and creation, a truth that underscores the need for patience and persistence. But how does this understanding affect our approach to integrating inner demons? Recognizing that new experiences will create new integration opportunities allows us to approach the journey with greater self-compassion, knowing that we will stumble and fall along the way, and also that new challenges present growth as we find ways to handle those challenges. Think of your transformation as a plant. It grows slowly, faces changing seasons, but eventually blossoms, and one must remember that this is a process, a natural one that cannot be rushed. One must tend to oneself the way that one tends to a garden, which takes time, effort, and a lot of care. If done right, eventually that garden will grow. Reframe difficulties as growth opportunities, not signs of failure, and watch how one's mindset shifts, as one finds that every challenge brings new strength. What if every fall is not a defeat, but a chance to rise stronger, wiser, and more resilient? Recognizing how one gets stronger after falling allows one to transform their outlook. This recognition allows one to feel more prepared because they have fallen before. Nature has examples everywhere. To keep growing is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a call to embrace our potential and share it with the world. And isn't it true that the world needs your gifts? Embracing integration has a positive impact, allowing one to make the world a better place. Integration does not just help the individual, but the collective as a whole. Having explored these various tools and perspectives, how can we synthesize them into a cohesive approach to integrating our inner demons? This integration creates greater peace and harmony, bringing the separate parts into a single whole. The more parts that are integrated, the stronger the symphony becomes, a symphony which is now being composed. Imagine your inner world as an orchestra, each inner demon representing a different instrument, playing its own unique tune, sometimes harmonious, sometimes discordant. And how will the transformation evolve as the music changes? Integration, then, is the process of conducting this orchestra, bringing each instrument into harmony, creating a beautiful and cohesive symphony. Now it is time to show how this can affect others. This integration, moreover, extends beyond our individual selves, influencing our relationships, our communities, and the world at large, leading to greater understanding and compassion. How can personal integration heal the world? This personal change can lead to social change. Recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, the one becomes the many, and we understand that our individual journeys of integration have a ripple effect, positively influencing the world around us. Now, what if you made this transformation a reality, embracing the ongoing process of integration, becoming more whole, more authentic, and more aligned with your true self? The world calls for this transformation. Now is the time to transform, and the future development hinges on this very moment. But what specific practices can help us navigate the complex landscape of our inner world, and how can we bring these insights into our daily lives? Rewriting your inner script may sound like a daunting task, but what if it were the key to unlocking a life of greater freedom and authenticity? This concept invites us to consciously challenge the limiting beliefs, negative self-talk, and destructive narratives that fuel our inner demons, framing this process as a crucial step in taking control of our inner world. Our inner demons often speak with the voice of past traumas or societal conditioning, perpetuating self-defeating patterns. Consider the individual who perpetually feels inadequate despite numerous achievements. This person might realize that their inner tyrant speaks with the voice of a hypercritical parent, constantly belittling their efforts. Questioning the validity of these messages is the first step in rewriting this destructive script. Cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, offers a technique for identifying and challenging these negative thoughts, providing a structured approach to dismantling these ingrained patterns. Through constant negative messages in one's formative years, one will likely develop a negative inner script. But what if one could change the channel and rewrite that script? Rewriting an inner script begins with making it kinder and more productive. But how can one transform a narrative of self-criticism into one of self-compassion? Replacing self-critical thoughts with self-compassionate ones is a powerful practice. For example, instead of thinking, "I'm such an idiot for making that mistake," one can reframe it as, "Everyone makes mistakes. What can I learn from this?" Recognizing that we can be conscious creators of our inner narrative is empowering. The individual becomes a self-author, crafting a more supportive internal environment and rewriting a new narrative for the future. Various techniques can be employed for rewriting the inner script, such as affirmations, visualizations, and even role-playing. But how can we craft and implement these strategies effectively? Creating affirmations that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound or smart is key. Instead of a general affirmation like, "I am successful," a smart affirmation would be, "I will complete the first draft of my report by Friday at 5 p.m. Power statements are also important, such as, "I am capable," and "I am worthy." This is a consistent and active practice, not a passive technique. Someone might create a new narrative for themselves, envisioning a future where they are confident, capable, and successful, and then live that life. Rewriting the inner script is not about denying or suppressing inner demons, but about transforming their influence by changing the way we relate to them. But how does this transformation occur? Consider a success story. An individual with a long-standing pattern of self-doubt rewrites their inner script, learning to challenge negative thoughts and replace them with affirmations. As a result, they muster the courage to pursue a long-held dream of starting their own business, achieving a significant personal and professional goal. This illustrates the power of self-empowerment that comes from rewriting one's inner narrative, because you are worthy and capable. Self-compassion is the antidote to self-criticism, shame, and judgment, all of which fuel inner demons and hinder personal growth. But is it truly possible to befriend our inner demons with compassion? Self-compassion is not self-pity or self-indulgence. It's treating oneself with the same kindness, care, and understanding that one would offer to a friend or loved one. But how does this kindness affect our self-perspective? A historical analysis of acceptance reveals that many philosophies emphasize the importance of self-acceptance as a foundation for personal growth. There is common misconception about self-compassion and a societal glorification of self-criticism as a motivator, but is this actually effective in the long run? Self-compassion and acceptance can be a much more positive motivator, but is often overlooked. To cultivate self-compassion, practical techniques such as mindfulness meditation, loving-kindness meditation, and self-compassion breaks can be employed. But how can these practices be implemented effectively? Loving-kindness meditation involves extending feelings of love and compassion to oneself and others. Beginning with oneself, one repeats phrases such as "May I be well," "May I be happy," "May I be peaceful," "May I be free from suffering." This practice fosters a sense of warmth and acceptance, buffering against self-criticism. One can practice a self-compassion break during moments of stress. Acknowledge the difficulty, remind yourself that suffering is a part of the human condition, and offer yourself words of kindness and support. Self-compassion is vital. It is a way to show oneself that one is worthy. How does one foster connection, knowing that they are not alone? The practice of common humanity reminds us that we are not alone in our suffering, but that all humans experience pain, imperfection, and hardship. Recognizing this fosters a sense of connection and reduces feelings of isolation. Illustrating the power in togetherness, group therapy and support groups provide spaces for individuals to share their struggles and receive validation and support from others who understand what they're going through. The art of self-compassion changes one's perspective, but how does this lead to inner change? It makes transformation easier by creating a safe and supportive internal environment, allowing one to explore their inner demons without fear of judgment or condemnation. Embracing this perspective allows one to see that they are worthy of love and belonging, regardless of their flaws or imperfections. As one transforms and grows, one becomes ready to embrace everything that one is. We all have an inner critic, but what if we could learn to transform this voice into an ally, an inner coach who supports our growth and well-being? Reframing the inner critic allows them to foster self-improvement, guiding us toward our goals with wisdom and compassion. The critic has one's best interests in mind, believing they are acting in one's best interest. However, their approach may be misguided. Instead of harsh self-punishment, we can foster self-empowerment. To shift from a self-critical to a self-supportive inner voice, one can identify and challenge negative thought patterns, replacing self-defeating beliefs with empowering ones and practicing positive self-talk. But what does this look like in practice? Consider this. Instead of saying, "I'm going to fail," one can reframe it as, "I'm going to give it my best shot, and if I don't succeed, I'll learn from the experience." This can help with daily action, allowing one to continue to move forward even when one feels resistance. One can change their thinking and create new outcomes just by shifting their perception of themselves. Using an inner coach with wisdom means offering guidance that is both supportive and realistic. But how can we ensure that our inner coach provides genuine encouragement rather than empty platitudes? The goal is not just to be positive, but to be objective in one's goals. Offering encouragement and positive sentiments is key, but understanding that one has genuine shortcomings is also critical. When one is honest and open, the result is that action is now more effective as one is in touch with reality. This transformation will ultimately increase one's results, But how does this impact the individual's overall success and well-being? With an inner coach, one can experience better performance in various aspects of life, from work and relationships to personal growth and creative endeavors. The integrated self is powerful, capable of achieving great things while maintaining a sense of inner peace and harmony. Empowerment is within reach, but what does it truly mean to embody an empowered self? It is a process, not a static state of being, requiring consistent effort, self-awareness, and a willingness to challenge limiting beliefs. One has all the tools to rewrite a better life if one commits to consistently using them. However, this is not easy and requires constant attention. This is an ongoing practice, requiring constant maintenance. But how can we integrate these practices into our daily lives so that they become second nature? This journey never truly ends. It is a spiral, continuously circling back to familiar themes with new perspectives and insights. One never stops growing, and the empowered living is a lifelong commitment. It is time to create new realities, but what about the moral and ethical considerations of our inner work? The need for this kind of conscious transformation is at hand. Transformation is available for you, but is dependent on you. The transformation must benefit all, and not just the individual. This transformation is at hand and requires one to show up for the task. A new world is available for you because you are now empowered to transform. But what happens when these inner demons seem to be in control? The pursuit of self-improvement often leads us down a path paved with good intentions. But what if the relentless quest for perfection is actually fueling the very inner demons we seek to vanquish? The ideal of perfection, often lauded as a virtue, can become an insidious trap, setting an unrealistic and ultimately unattainable standard that breeds self-doubt, anxiety, and a constant sense of inadequacy. Consider the societal pressure to achieve a flawless appearance, perpetuated by media images that are often heavily filtered and photoshopped. This relentless pursuit of an impossible ideal can lead to body image issues, eating disorders, and a deep-seated sense of self-loathing, a perfect example of an unachievable goal. Perfectionism, far from being a harmless aspiration, often serves as a defense mechanism, masking deeper insecurities and fears of inadequacy. But where do these insecurities come from? The origins of perfectionism can often be traced back to childhood experiences, where individuals may have been subjected to overly critical parents, unrelenting academic pressure, or conditional love based on achievement. Societal conditioning and cultural values further reinforce this harmful ideal, creating a climate where success is often equated with flawlessness, while failure is stigmatized and shamed, fostering a belief that one is only worthy if one is perfect. The dramatic payoff here lies in recognizing that perfectionism is not a sign of strength, but rather a symptom of underlying vulnerabilities and the enemy of true growth. What if, instead of striving for an unattainable ideal, we reframed our flaws as opportunities for growth, learning, and self-discovery? The Japanese art of kintsugi, where broken pottery is repaired with gold, offers a powerful metaphor for embracing imperfection. Instead of discarding damaged pieces, they are painstakingly restored, with the cracks highlighted in shimmering gold, transforming them into unique and beautiful works of art. This is because the piece's imperfections now tell a story and add to the piece's uniqueness and value, showing the beauty of imperfection. Embracing one's flaws fosters self-acceptance and authenticity. But how does this shift in perspective impact our sense of self-worth? Consider the story of a successful entrepreneur who, after years of striving for perfection, experienced burnout, anxiety, and a deep sense of emptiness. It was only when they began to embrace their imperfections, acknowledging their mistakes as learning opportunities and practicing self-compassion, that they were able to find true fulfillment and success. By accepting their unique journey, they discovered their genuine power and authenticity, changing their life and the world around them. The pursuit of perfection often masks a deeper fear, the fear of vulnerability, But what if vulnerability is not a weakness to be avoided, but rather a strength to be embraced? Brené Brown, a renowned researcher and author on the topic of vulnerability, argues that vulnerability is not about weakness, but about courage and authenticity. It is about being willing to show up and be seen, even when there are no guarantees. By dispelling misconceptions and showing how vulnerability is actually the key to connection, she has opened the door for many to live more authentic and fulfilling lives. Vulnerability empowers us to connect with others on a deeper level, to build meaningful relationships, and to experience true intimacy. But how does this process of self-acceptance unfold? When we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, we create space for others to do the same, fostering a sense of trust, empathy, and mutual understanding. The dramatic tension lies in the question of whether it is truly worth risking exposure and potential rejection. But the pattern recognition reveals that it is precisely in our vulnerability that we find our shared humanity, discovering that our imperfections are what make us uniquely human. Providing guidance in embracing vulnerability involves cultivating self-compassion and mindfulness. But how can these practices help us to navigate the discomfort and uncertainty that often accompany vulnerability? Practicing self-compassion allows us to treat ourselves with the same kindness, care, and understanding that we would offer to a friend or loved one, creating a safe and supportive internal environment for exploring our vulnerabilities. Mindfulness, on the other hand, helps us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment, allowing us to tolerate discomfort and uncertainty without resorting to defensive or avoidant behaviors. Understanding that the rewards of vulnerability is worth the risk, such as genuine connection, intimacy, and belonging. Integrating vulnerability into our lives builds authentic connections. But how can we cultivate these connections in a world that often values strength and independence over vulnerability? By sharing our stories, listening with empathy, and offering support without judgment, we create a space for others to feel seen, heard, and understood, fostering a sense of belonging and mutual respect. The stories we share create a bond. How can we move from self-judgment to self-acceptance, embracing our whole selves, including both the light and the dark aspects? Self-acceptance is a radical act of embracing our imperfections, flaws, and vulnerabilities, recognizing that we are worthy of love, respect, and belonging, just as we are in the present moment. By accepting our inner demons, we diminish their power, freeing ourselves from the grip of self-criticism and shame. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behaviors, but acknowledging our humanity. There is a distinction between self-acceptance and self-improvement. But how can we reconcile the desire for personal growth with the acceptance of our current selves? Accepting that one is impatient does not mean that you stop trying to be patient. It means acknowledging that impatience is a part of your experience, and then mindfully choosing to respond with more compassion and understanding. Relating situations where one accepts themselves is the foundation for change. Acceptance is not resignation, but rather the foundation for change. The power of acceptance allows one to improve. Cultivating self-acceptance involves a commitment to self-compassion, mindfulness, and self-reflection. But how can we integrate these practices into our daily lives? Incorporating mindfulness into daily life can be as simple as taking a few moments each day to focus on your breath, observe your thoughts and emotions without judgment, and practice gratitude for the present moment, creating daily life changes. Self-acceptance unlocks inner peace, freeing us from the endless cycle of self-criticism and self-doubt. But how does this inner transformation manifest in our lives? An individual who has cultivated self-acceptance is more likely to experience greater emotional resilience, healthier relationships, and a deeper sense of meaning and purpose. Finding self-love is often challenging. However, embracing wholeness gives way to lasting transformation. The journey of integration is an ever-unfolding path, a continuous process of self-discovery, growth, and transformation. But how can we navigate the inevitable challenges and setbacks that we encounter along the way? By recognizing the transformative power of integration and celebrating the progress we have made, we can sustain our motivation and commitment to this lifelong journey. Reviewing the tools will help. Shifting our focus to the ever-growing aspects of the self allows us to embrace the potential for personal evolution and the unfolding of our unique destiny. But what does this evolution look like in practice? A better individual is now able to embrace themselves, allowing the journey to become more powerful. Concluding by embracing the ongoing journey, we acknowledge that the process of integration is a lifelong commitment, requiring ongoing self-compassion, self-reflection, and a willingness to learn and grow. But how can we sustain this commitment over the long term? Encouraging continued self-compassion is key to maintaining a supportive and nurturing internal environment that fosters resilience and adaptability. The individual is now ready to transform. But what about the challenges to the ego and its constant need to define itself? What happens when the ego resists integration, clinging to its familiar patterns and defenses? We will explore the ego's role in sabotaging inner work in our next video. In bringing these ideas together, we see a path forward, one that is not always easy, but is always worthwhile. We have explored the shadowy corners of the psyche, those aspects of ourselves that we often disown or suppress, and we have examined them not as enemies to be vanquished, but as potential allies in the quest for wholeness. Slowing down is vital if you are to truly reflect on the ideas we have discussed. The journey we have undertaken has highlighted the transformative power of embracing our shadow, the alchemical potential of our inner demons to unlock creativity and authenticity. It is a journey that calls us to move beyond the ego's strategies for avoiding painful truths, to confront the uncomfortable aspects of ourselves with courage, compassion, and a willingness to learn. Only then will we begin to see the true meaning behind it all. We began by asking how we might understand and integrate those troubling inner voices, the demons that haunt our thoughts and drive our actions. We have seen how the modern view of demons as malevolent entities stands in stark contrast to the ancient understanding of the daimon as a guiding spirit, a source of inspiration and unique potential. How far we have come in understanding this concept. Only by acknowledging and integrating our darker aspects can we truly embrace our light and live authentically. The journey to self-acceptance is perhaps the most important journey one can take for a worthwhile existence, a journey fraught with peril, but also filled with the promise of profound transformation. A shift is on the horizon. The journey of integration continues, inviting each of us to reflect on our own inner demons, to explore their origins, and to consider how they might be transformed into sources of strength and creativity. Take some time to identify just one inner demon you may have, and consider that as a positive step you can take today. Thank you for joining me on this exploration.